Chapter 247. The great river flowed to the east. Jiangli rode on the ship, and after a few days, he turned into a vast body of water. This was one of the Qin Empire's dragon veins, and it was called the Heavenly River. In the celestial river, the water vapor was very dense. Jiangli could feel the spiritual qi rushing and gathering at all times. However, he didn't dare to absorb it in case someone found out. During these days, he had been chatting and drinking with some of the merchants and scholars of the great Qin Empire. He had completely integrated into society. After a few days, everyone on the ship felt that Jiangli was forthright, generous, eclectic, and talented. Besides, he was loyal to the Qin Empire and hated the outer space devils. Long Tianlang and the others became servants and didn't speak. They secretly observed the surroundings and tried to figure out the habits and temperament of the people of the great Qin Empire. They gradually imitated them. They were geniuses in the first place, and their imitations were very successful. After a few days, no one could see any flaws, unlike the group of Caucasian students who were courting death. Every move they made had the foolish behavior of someone from a higher civilization looking down on a lower civilization. Moreover, figuring out the habits of civilization could train one's temperament and increase one's knowledge. It was very beneficial for the cultivation of the soul. Brother Yuguzi, look, this is the Earth Cloud province, and across the river is the Jiangnan province. They are both huge and majestic. This river can flow for thousands of miles to the imperial capital. It can be said to be very convenient. All the provinces and counties of the empire are connected to the waterways. In the future, we will first have to dig canals to expand our territory. Now, water engineering is the main focus of the imperial examinations. A scholar stood on the ship and pointed as he chatted with Jiangli. Jiangli was also secretly observing and realized that the waterways of the great Qin Empire were very powerful. Every county, town, and even village was connected to a waterway. The dense network of waterways formed a strong transportation capability. Moreover, the construction of the waterways was very large. It wasn't inferior to some of the dams on Earth. The waterways and canals were like the densely packed railways and highways on Earth. They extended in all directions. Such a project was simply a miracle. Of course, there were no highways on Earth. That was because there were only trains and no cars on Earth. There were only flying cars. The highways had been turned into primeval forests, and the environment had been greened. Of course, although the dense water network of the great Qin Empire was convenient for transportation, there was a huge drawback. Once there was a flood, the entire empire would be submerged in a swamp. Unfortunately, there had never been a flood, wind, or lightning disaster in the entire empire's 20,000 years of worship to the heavens and earth. After leaving the territory of the Great Dry Empire, the natural power was extremely violent and would often blow up mountains. Jiangli closed his eyes and sensed everything. His spirit transcended the material world, and he seemed to see densely packed energy lines. The human heart line, the magical net line, and the nature of the entire planet fused together. The human heart prayed, heaven and man resonated, and the various energies of the planet adjusted themselves, creating a perfect and harmonious living environment. A country like this was truly incredible. On the entire river, there were thousands of sails competing with each other. Many large ships came and went, creating a clear waterway. Some are merchant ships, some are pleasure boats, and some are fishing boats. There were also some small boats that came and went. Some were patrol boats, and some were government officials. Apart from that, there were also some huge five-toothed ships with temples consecrated to the emperor god. Incense was constantly burning. This was a deterrent. Jiangli enjoyed the scenery of the great Qin Empire along the way. As he chatted and laughed with everyone, he integrated into this civilization without any flaws. Just like this, about half a month passed. Suddenly, the waterway in front of him became abnormally wide. It was flat like an ocean. Then, a huge city appeared on the ocean. The city was surrounded by the ocean and was as tall as a heavenly palace. In fact, it wasn't an ocean, but a moat. Jiangli seemed to see a dazzling light shooting into the sky. That was where the capital of the great Qian Empire was located. His heart fluctuated for a moment before he calmed down. There must be a huge change this time. Could he seize the opportunity? Obtain enough resources to prepare for his advancement to the emperor body? The entire empire of the great Qian dynasty was going to worship the heavens, and the experts from the mysterious cultivation world were waiting for this moment to capture the will of the outer emperor's star. Meanwhile, the Star Sky University might launch a huge battle to overthrow the rule of the entire empire. A battle between dragons and tigers was inevitable. What Zhongli cared about was the mines of the great Qian Empire and the spirit stones in the national treasury. What he needed now was spirit stones, the more the better. The great Qian Empire had accumulated spirit stones for 10,000 years, so there were definitely many good things. Other people couldn't move them away, but he could. With the wealth of the empire, he could immediately hatch the Queen Mother. At that time, even if he wasn't invincible, he would have the support of a Vision Domain Realm expert. The little emperor was a Vision Domain Realm expert and hadn't fully revived yet. If he injected a large amount of energy into the Queen Mother's soul and activated it, he would be able to display his strongest might. The little emperor and Zhongli trusted each other with life and death. Once the Vision Domain Realm appeared, he would have a strong backing, and no one would be able to do anything to Zhongli's Scarlet Emperor group. Otherwise, everything would just be a dream. Even though Zhongli had many achievements, it was all like a castle in the sky, duckweed in the water. If Jiang Nalan made a move, everything would turn to ashes. The official ship gradually approached the capital, and the inspection became more strict. There were soldiers constantly inspecting the ship, and there were powerful people among them. Zhongli saw some experts with vitality of 4 or even 5. There were some generals with vitality of 7 or even 8. These are just the guards. There would definitely be more true experts entering the city. It was a good thing that Jiang Li and the others dealt with it well, so they entered the capital safely. The large ship landed on the shore and entered the giant city. The ground was as clean as jade, without a single speck of dust. Everyone who entered the capital had to wash their feet by the river first. Only then could they enter the city. This was the rule. When Jiang Li's group of 5 entered the city, they saw that the houses were tall and large. They were all made of stone mixed with wood, and the walls were carved with jade. It was magnificent and majestic. Although it was still a bit lacking compared to modern technology, it was still a bit more realistic. Science fiction itself had the word fantasy in it. It made people feel that it wasn't real. But the Big Dry Empire's capital was incomparably real. So many people. The first thing they saw upon entering the city was an endless stream of people. They weren't allowed to ride horses in the capital. Only special soldiers and generals had the qualifications. The willpower of the planet in the capital is obviously much stronger. Zhongli communicated with Long Tianlang through mental waves. I feel that even an embryonic breathing realm expert would find it hard to deal with it. Of course, this is the place where the fate of the entire country is concentrated, and it is also the headquarters where the hearts of the people are gathered. Long Tianlang exclaimed in admiration. Once, the experts from our Starry Sky University came here to carry out a decapitation operation. In the end, they were all severely injured by the wrath of heaven. Among them, there were supreme experts in the meditative realm. The willpower of the entire planet cannot be resisted. Then we have to be careful and wait for an opportunity. These few days from my conversations with people, I have more or less understood the situation of the entire empire. I also know where the empire stores the spiritual stones. Let's find an opportunity to see if we can enter and obtain the spiritual stones. Jiang Li's eyes flashed. What? Long Tianlang was shocked. I advise you not to do that. The capital is already heavily guarded. The credit for us to be able to enter is due to the change in our temperament. The storage of the empire's spiritual stones is of utmost importance. This is where the fate of the entire country lies. If we try anything, we will be discovered. It doesn't matter. I will naturally wait for the heaven and earth to change to use it. Jiang Li supported the emperor's relic, so he would definitely be able to obtain some benefits during the time of the Great Change. I wonder how many experts have snuck into the capital this time. Xiao Kuang said, "We can't tell either. I heard that this time, the top 10 small teams from Starry Sky University have all come, especially the leader of the Celestial Small Team, Gu Dahua. This person's ability is unfathomable. He has already entered the embryonic breathing realm 10 years ago. However, he has always been completing various missions in the elite zone. Now he could be in the second or even the third realm of the embryonic breathing realm. This time, I want to see what his methods are like. It would be best if he dies here." The members of the Celestial Small Team are also devout Christians? Jiang Li immediately understood what he meant. Xiao Kuang had a deep hatred for white Christians. That's right. They are even preaching in the university, hoping to convert people to Christianity. They are very forceful and extremely hateful. Long Tianlang's killing intent flashed. This time, their small team will definitely enter the capital. Let's find an opportunity to trick them. That's good too. In the past, Jiang Li didn't approve of attacking his companions. However, after understanding some things, he had a deep hatred for Christians. They were the enemies of mankind and had to be killed as soon as possible. Brother Yuguzi, let's go to the best inn in the capital. How about the Heaven and Earth Inn? I heard that the inn is opened by the relatives of the emperor. As long as you have money, you can enjoy all kinds of wonderful things there. A few scholars who were on the same boat walked over. When they saw Jiang Li, their eyes lit up. After staying in the inn, we can go to the academy to take a look, learn, and analyze the writings. If we're lucky enough to hear the dean, Chun Tianshu, the saint, give a lecture, then we will have an opportunity. Jiang Li had been generous these few days and had won the favor of many scholars on the boat. Chun Tianshu. Jiang Li was moved. He thought of the Confucian scholar he had met last time, Hong Heiyu's father-in-law. He was really powerful. If he went over, he would most likely be seen through. However, he also had the intention to take a look at the academy, so he agreed. Thus, the group agreed to go to the largest Heaven and Earth Inn. After a while, they arrived in front of a garden. It had red walls and yellow tiles. It was very luxurious. In the depths of the garden, there were many tall buildings. There were even fire god birds flying in the air. It was obvious that they had been tamed. Opposite the Heaven and Earth Inn was a huge academy. It was surrounded by tall walls, and the walls were filled with scriptures. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the academy. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled in the sky. Many people on the street said, "The academy's sky-shaking thunder beast is angry again." Chapter 248. Sky-shaking thunder beast. Jiang Li was shocked. He'd always wanted to see this thing's true appearance. He'd only used gene potions, but he'd never seen a real sky-shaking thunder beast. Legend had it that an adult thunder beast had tens of years of life, comparable to Hong Heiyu. That kind of powerful thunder beast was almost equivalent to a mixed origin breath expert. But now, the college's thunder beast might be even stronger, because the college would teach it cultivation knowledge. A thunder beast in its original form was already so terrifying, let alone a thunder beast that had cultivated. However, thunder beasts were arrogant and difficult to tame. Sometimes they would rather die than submit. Only great sages and paragons could tame them. The thunder beast's roar could destroy inner demons, sweep away evildoers, and intimidate those with ulterior motives. Hearing this roar, Jiang Li's heart trembled slightly, and he was a little afraid. I heard that this thunder beast was tamed by the college 200 years ago. Now it's the divine beast of the college. It's extremely powerful and cultivates the college's secret art, the infinite way of heaven and earth. It's already at the perfection realm, no weaker than the college chief. Yes, it's the divine beast that suppresses civilization, just like the Qilin in the imperial city. Speaking of which, recently the sky-shaking thunder beast has been restless. Even the Qilin in the imperial city would occasionally roar. I don't know what it's sensing. These divine beasts have very strong heaven-man perception. Maybe it's a sign that something big is going to happen. In another month, the dynasty's worship ceremony will begin. Recently, The extraterrestrial demons have invaded, shaking heaven and earth. We need to use the ceremony to strengthen the power of heaven, earth, and man. If the ceremony succeeds, the will of heaven and earth will destroy the base camp of the extraterrestrial demons. Those extraterrestrial demons are really evil, but they have something called technology. They can actually come from the distant void. It's really terrifying. If we can kill them all, it'll be a merit. I heard from the college that the extraterrestrial demons are humans from another planet. Their technology is nothing more than tools. Now, there are two voices in the college and the imperial court. One is to learn the technology of the extraterrestrial demons and use it for us, and the other is to not learn it. I heard that in the previous imperial examinations, there was such content. Countless people discussed. Brother Uguzi, what do you think? Beside him, a few other elementary scholars asked, is it better to use the technology of the demons from beyond the heavens, or not to use it? After a few lectures in the academy, we have more or less understood the benefits of using the technology of the demons from beyond the heavens. It is indeed beneficial to the commoners, and our civilization can advance to the next level. Of course not. Jiang Li's eyes flickered as he continued. The extraterrestrial devils are tools to be used, while we are sacrificing to the gods. The two are fundamentally different. At the end of the day, the will of God was the ancestor of all tools. What tool could compare to the will of God? With a single move of God's will, the world would be turned upside down and the sea would turn into mulberry fields. Could human technology achieve this? What we need to do now is to expand the empire, expand our territory, accumulate resources, and pray to the heavens in an attempt to obtain more blessings from the will of heaven and earth. If we learn the technology of the extraterrestrial demons, it is very likely that some people will interfere with the will of the heaven and cause the dissatisfaction of the heaven. If the heaven decides to punish us, our 10,000 years of foundation will be destroyed. Brilliant! One of the elementary scholars clapped his hands and praised. Our foundation is to sacrifice to the heaven and earth to obtain favorable weather. Everyone in the empire can benefit from the will of heaven and earth. If we have delusions of using tools to change the heavens and earth, the wrath of the heaven and earth will befall us all. I heard that the extraterrestrial demons emphasize that man can conquer the heavens. Indeed, they're demons. We cannot do that. Another elementary scholar said. The group of elementary scholars were discussing, and it fell into the eyes of many people. A few plain-clothed officers heard them and nodded their heads silently. They then hid themselves in a small alley and disappeared. These subtle movements were detected by Jiang Li's spirit. He nodded his head, knowing that his performance just now had dispelled the suspicions of some people. In the entire imperial city, there were countless secret agents who were conducting a strict investigation. As long as there was a slight flaw, they would die without a burial place. Even if they were in the embryonic breathing realm, there was no way they could survive. After a round of discussion, Jiang Li stayed in the Heaven and Earth Inn. He also found a separate courtyard. It was very quiet, but there was a clear spring and flowing water in the courtyard. Some food floated over from the flowing water, and he just had to take it. The entire air was spotless, and there was not a single speck of dust. It was like the legendary Pure Land. The spiritual energy in this place is 100 times. Long Tianlang took a small breath, and he didn't dare to breathe too much. The entire capital of the Qian Empire has 100 spiritual energy. However, the college and the imperial city have even thicker spiritual energy. I'm afraid it will be beyond our imagination. I heard that the feng shui layout of the entire imperial city is called the Heaven and Earth Infinite Spell. It is a pity that we can't see the whole picture. Moreover, I know that the Qian Empire has a grotto heaven-level magical treasure, which is the space-folding technology that we humans haven't been able to research. If we can get our hands on the Heaven and Earth Infinite Spell, we will really prosper. It is rumored that the spell is extremely powerful, and there is a world within it. Xiao Kuang licked his lips. With this thing, we will be able to develop when we transport resources out. Suddenly, Long Tianlang seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Zhongli and said, Zhongli, I have investigated the information. You transported a large amount of resources from the Emperor's Star to Earth. Moreover, you emptied our base in just a few days. How did you do that? You don't need to know about this. Zhongli pretended to be mysterious. Naturally, he wouldn't reveal the fact that he had the space of the Emperor's relic. Is it because your teacher, Hong Heiyu, has a space magical treasure? Xiao Kuang thought for a while and said, Hong Heiyu's ability is very strong. He is a genius, but because of an incident in the past, he was too sad and hurt his heart. Hence, he was unable to improve. However, he has improved by leaps and bounds recently. He must have obtained something. You guys can use your imagination on this. Zhongli sneered. Let's not talk about the past. This time, if you guys help me obtain benefits, I can share some of your core secrets. Look at the grandeur of the Imperial City. It's a majestic scene filled with experts. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for us to cause any trouble. More importantly, there are a few ancestors from the cultivation world in the Imperial City. They might all be experts at the meditative state. With a wave of their hands, we will turn into dust. Long Tianlang shivered and said, Causing trouble in this situation is simply courting death. There is no hurry. Let's wait until the sacrificial ceremony. After Zhongli ate, he said, Rest for a while and recover your energy. Tonight, we will walk around the entire city and take a look at the Imperial City and the college. Let's adjust our aura. Long Tianlang sat cross-legged and completely immersed his spirit into the civilization of the Daqian Empire. Gradually, his body gave off an aura of harmony between heaven and man. Even an expert wouldn't be able to tell that he was a fake. After dinner, night fell. Zhongli changed his clothes and waved his fan as he walked out of the inn. The four people behind him all had their heads lowered, and they looked like servants. The entire city was brightly lit, and there were pubs and brothels everywhere. There were songs and dances everywhere. There were also some small rivers in the city with boats coming and going. However, there was no smoke and fire. It was like heaven on earth. The entire capital of the Daqian Empire, the Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties, which are the most developed in ancient China, couldn't even compare to this place. The ground was spotless, and there was no sewage or garbage. There were no mosquitoes, flies, snakes, rats, or ants. There was absolutely no filth. This was a city that was blessed by the heavens. In modern society, other than the elite districts, even the capital would have some dirty corners and be extremely dirty. However, when Zhongli walked around the city, there was no garbage at all. This was extremely terrifying. He heard that every night, the heavenly wind would sweep through every corner of the city and remove the filth. This was also the power of heaven and earth. After walking for more than 4 hours, Zhongli secretly observed many changes. He indeed discovered that there were many experts in the capital. Many strong auras were constantly sweeping around. Sometimes, he even discovered the divine thoughts of experts in the embryonic breathing realm. That is the Imperial City, Long Tianlang reminded him. I saw it long ago. At this moment, Zhongli was walking on an extremely wide road. In the middle of the road, there were no pedestrians or horse carriages. The carriages were actually made of gold. This was real gold, and it was magnificent. It was a special road for the emperor to go on patrol. There were all kinds of rituals to worship the heavens and ministers to attend court. At the end of this golden road was the imperial palace. Zhongli glanced over and actually saw all sorts of violet qi enveloping the area. Within the violet qi, there were many pavilions, pagodas, divine statues, and palaces. It was as though they didn't exist in this world, but rather were a type of mirage. His heart instantly trembled. This imperial palace was definitely in a special cave. It was not in the same space as the imperial city. This was the so-called power of the infinite heaven and earth map. The imperial city that appeared in front of him was an entrance to the infinite heaven and earth map. Dang, dang, dang. With the sound of gongs and drums, a group of people and horses came out from the imperial city. The person who opened the way with the gong shouted, "Irrelevant people, please be quiet and make way." The seventh prince has returned to his residence. Then, a group of people and horses appeared from the purple Qi imperial city. The horses actually had horns, and their bodies were covered with scales. They were like dragons and roared angrily. These were the dragon horses. This group of people and horses surrounded a huge sedan chair. A wave was emitted from the sedan chair, which made people's hearts tremble. Embryonic breathing realm-strong practitioner, Jiangli was shocked. However, he was relieved. That was the prince of the Qian Empire. He was definitely not a good person. That person is... Long Tianlang's eyes suddenly widened. He wasn't looking at the prince, but at a person in the group who was wearing a long robe and a cloak. This person was unfathomable. He was riding a horse and silently guarding the side of the seventh prince's sedan chair. His face couldn't be seen clearly. This person is unfathomable. I can't feel what his cultivation is like. Jiangli was also shocked. This is the leader of the Celestial Emperor team, Yang Tatian. I heard that he went missing 5 years ago. I didn't expect him to actually appear here. He even started to plan and became the seventh prince's most capable assistant. He is a powerful person. Moreover, the Yang clan and the Jiang clan are now fully cooperating and supporting him to run for the presidency. Long Tianlang turned around, afraid that he would be discovered. The few of them left hurriedly and entered a small alley at the side. Chapter 249. Impressive indeed. He managed to sneak into the upper echelons of the empire with the help of the Heaven's will. How did he not get discovered? This doesn't make sense. Jiangli had been training his temperament, but he still thought that he would be exposed if he blended into the upper echelons of the empire. He could live among the common people, but the upper echelons of the empire were the ones who could communicate directly with the Heaven's will, especially the masters, such as Chun Tianshu, the emperor, the grand tutor, and the general of the armed forces. They were the most powerful cultivators in the empire, and they had a good eye for people. How could they hide? It seemed that Yang Tatian, the leader of the team of immortal emperors, had something special about him. The entire empire was in chaos, and the demons were invading everywhere. Come on, let's go back. Jiang Li's expression changed. He didn't want to continue strolling around. Over the course of one night, he had more or less understood the structure of the empire. The imperial capital was huge, but there were only two important places. The first was the imperial city, and the second was the academy. As long as he could understand these two structures, he would have everything under his control. In the future, he could act properly. It's time to go back. There's only a month left until the Great Qin Dynasty's worship ceremony. We need to prepare during this time, because the investigation will be more stringent. Long Tianlang licked his lips. The five of them returned to the Universal Inn. As soon as they stepped into their yard, Jiangli was shocked. He saw a man sitting in the middle of the yard. The man was wearing a black robe, and his head was covered in a large cloak. It was a mysterious man beside the seventh prince, the leader of the team of immortal emperors, Yang Tatian. Long Tianlang, how have you been? Upon seeing the five of them walk in, the man took off his cloak, revealing the face of a young man in his 30s. His skin was like white jade, and he was mature and steady. He had a beard, and his eyes were like stars. As he inhaled and exhaled, countless streams of spiritual energy flowed into his body. He was completely unrestrained, just like the upper echelons of the empire, and was completely unafraid of being discovered. Yang Tatian, you found me after all. You have sharp eyes. Long Tianlang smiled bitterly. How did you sneak into the upper echelons of the empire? That's a secret. Yang Tatian cracked a smile and said, I have received news that you're trying to kill Jiangli in exchange for some benefits from the Jiang family. However, I don't know what he did, but he managed to form an alliance with you. You even invested a total of 300 billion star dollars in the Crimson Emperor Corporation, angering the Jiang family half to death. As he spoke, he swept his gaze across the area. His eyes were like lightning, and Jiangli immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Jiangli was ready to open the dimension of the Grand Monarch relic and hide inside. He believed that Yang Tatian would not be able to do anything to him without his knowledge. Even if Yang Tatian's soul energy was stronger than his, Jiang Li's Grand Monarch Heart Seal was already at the initial success level. There was no way Yang Tatian would be able to hypnotize him so easily. You are Jiang Li? Yang Taishan's voice turned cold. Why do you say that? Jiang Li would never admit it. It doesn't matter if you don't want to admit it. Yang Tatian scanned Jiang Li from head to toe. Your body is so strong. What kind of special modifications did you undergo? You seem to think that I won't be able to kill you in one hit. Do you have a way to protect yourself? Why do you say that? Jiang Li repeated the same question. Not bad. You are calm enough. Yang Tatian was very relaxed and not angry. I won't kill you, in case Hong Heiyu causes trouble and ruin my plan. Plus, you are related to the Wang family. Even though the Yang family and the Jiang family are working together, we are not on the same side. Why do you say that? Jiang Li repeated the same question. He did not want to say anything else. Do you really think that I won't kill you? Yang Tatian frowned. He felt that Jiang Li was too stubborn. I only need to do something, and you will all die a horrible death. Yang Tatian, I know that you are very powerful, and we have worked together a few times. You won't hurt me too, will you? Long Tianlang smiled bitterly. Long Tianlang, you are an embryonic breathing realm master. How can you be controlled by a kid? Yang Tatian looked at Jiang Li again. If that's the case, why don't you work for me, and we will share some benefits? What benefits? Xiao Kuang took a step forward. The Deqian Empire is on the brink of collapse. The people are in a state of panic. Yang Tatian took a deep breath and exhaled a puff of white mist that enveloped the entire yard. I've even roped in some officials in the imperial court and promised them a better life if they join the Star Sky University. They all agreed to it. That's why I'm living like a fish in the water here. I have even learned the secret art of the Deqian imperial family, the heaven and earth infinite son of heaven's divine art. I have gradually resonated with the heaven's will, so the heavens will not attack me. In other words, I will be able to communicate with the imperial celestial will. That's impossible. The imperial celestial will acknowledge an outsider. Long Tianlang was shocked. This has never happened before, because I have gained the trust of the seventh prince, the successor of the heaven's will. Yang Tatian glanced around. Xiao Kuang, Long Tianlang, both of you are embryonic breathing realm masters. You can help me gain some benefits when the heavens will changes. What do you want after saying so much? Long Tianlang asked. How do you want to gain some benefits? I want to become a saint. A person like Jiang Nailin. Yang Tatian glanced at Jiang Li again and snorted. It's almost impossible to become a saint. Every prominent divine figure has their own unique opportunities and opportunities. Jiang Nailin once captured a planet's will by chance and merged it into his own spirit. With enough resources, he finally became a saint. Do you want to capture this planet's will too? Jiang Li finally spoke. He couldn't believe that Yang Tatian had such a big ambition. Why not? The planet's will is powerful, but it's actually very weak. I mean, its source is strong, but its will is not strong enough. Yang Tatian sneered. Kid, what level of cultivation do you have? How would you know about the planet's will? Based on your attitude just now, it's not surprising that I would kill you right away. Killing you here would be a waste of time, but I still have some use for you. Don't be too cocky. No one can protect you. Hong Heiyu will die here too. Then you can do it. Jiang Li said calmly. I told you, a little impatience will spoil great plans. I will tolerate you. Yang Tatian chuckled. You still have some use for me, so I won't kill you for now. But you better work for me. If you cooperate with me and obtain the will of the Imperial Celestial will, I will give you some benefits. If you dare to disrupt my plan, I will crush you like an ant. I'm here for money. Jiang Li didn't like Yang Tatian at all. He had to find a chance to kill this man. However, he was no match for this man at the moment. Plus, the imperial capital was full of danger, so he had to be patient. If you can help me get some spirit stones from the imperial treasury, I will help you. I don't even dare to think about obtaining the will of the imperial celestial will. He started to feign civility. Spirit stones? It's nothing. Yang Tatian stood up and said, Something big is going to happen, and I don't have enough people. From now on, you'll be my subordinates. This is the badge. It belongs to the 7th Prince's Intelligence Agency, the Sky Minderguards. Your job is to monitor the entire imperial capital and prevent outsiders from sneaking in. As he spoke, he tossed out 5 badges with the words Sky Mender carved on them. There was a faint energy wave that couldn't be imitated. Also, let me tell you, the leader of the Sun Moon team, Jiang Zi, is here as well. Even though the Yang family has teamed up with him, he still wants to obtain the will of the Imperial Celestial Will. Even if he doesn't take all of it, he can still absorb some of the will of the Imperial Celestial Will. The Jiang family is your enemy. Jiang Zi is known as the one with the highest chance of reaching the meditative state. Of course, he won't be as powerful as Jiang Nailin, but he might be able to absorb some of the will of the Imperial Celestial Will. Yang Tatian gave Jiang Li a long look. If there is another saint in the Jiang family, you will be finished. I see. Jiang Li finally understood why Yang Tatian didn't do anything to him. He wanted to use him to deal with Jiang Zi. However, he couldn't figure out how to obtain the Imperial Celestial Will. He had to figure out. Maybe he could benefit from it. His soul energy was strong, but it wasn't enough to cultivate the embryo of the great. He didn't know how long it would take him. If he could obtain the Imperial Celestial Will, he would instantly become a saint. Take care of yourselves. Starting from tomorrow, we will be working in secret. Understand? Report to me every day. If you try anything funny, I will make sure you die. As he spoke, Yang Taishan's body flashed and disappeared. It was dangerous to use his dermic powers in the imperial capital, but Yang Tatian wasn't worried at all. He was a high-ranking official in the empire, and he seemed to have communicated with the Imperial Celestial Will. It didn't think that he was an alien from another planet. To the Imperial Celestial Will, anyone who wasn't born on the Imperial Celestial Star was an alien, an invader, or a demon from another planet. As soon as Yang Tatian disappeared, Jiang Li took a deep breath and glanced at Long Tianlang and the others. What do you think? Do you think Yang Tatian can save you? No. Yang Tatian is a cruel man. He would burn the bridge after crossing it. Long Tianlang had spent a lot of time with Jiang Li, and he had learned a few things. We have to be careful. He might kill us if he succeeds. The most important thing now is to find a way to absorb the Imperial Celestial Will. I know that too. I just can't figure out how they can absorb the Imperial Celestial Will. Jiang Li looked at the sky and said, "There is still 1 month left. We should pretend to be polite to Yang Tatian and figure out how to absorb the Imperial Celestial Will. I think it has something to do with the royal bloodline." Chapter 250. Yang Taishan's arrival cast a shadow over Jiang Li's and the others' hearts. They could have hidden in the imperial capital and waited for a chance, but now they didn't have a chance at all. They were even being monitored and used, which made Jiang Li very unhappy. Not only that, Long Tianlang and the others were also thinking of betraying him. They might do something bad to him. Luckily, Yang Tatian wasn't a kind person. Long Tianlang and the others were afraid that he would burn the bridge after crossing it, so they didn't think too much about it. But as time passed, Jiang Li knew that these people would definitely hate him to the core. After all, he had robbed them of their wealth. After Yang Tatian left, Jiang Li immediately opened the optical computer chip and started to communicate. "Master, something has happened. I need help. Also, what's with the swallowing heaven's will?" The Jiang family had people behind them, and so did he. He would look for Hong Heiyu first if he had any problems. "Your master is in seclusion." Little Thearka's face appeared on the optical computer chip. "This is not a small matter. I will come to help you. The heavens can indeed be absorbed. Once I do, I will be able to recover to the prominent divine state." "You can come out?" Jiang Li was shocked. "I thought you wouldn't be able to come out if you left the queen's egg. It used to be like that, but I have absorbed a huge amount of energy recently. With the help of your celestial stone, I have unlocked some of the queen's technology tree and obtained some of its energy and technology. It's fine for me to go out alone." Little the Arch was very calm. "Wait for me. I'll come right away." "Okay." Jiang Li turned off the optical computer chip. He had a feeling that Little the Arch was unfathomable. In fact, it was already a miracle that Little the Arch could keep his spiritual imprint in the Grand Emperor's relic. In Jiang Li's mind, Little the Arch had always been like a god. Even now, He had made use of the situation several times to attack Jiang Nailin and subdue the Mother Empress. His methods were brilliant, and he could summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. Midnight. Zhongli sat in the room. Suddenly, he moved. The space in front of him actually collapsed slightly. This startled Long Tianlang and the others awake. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the scene before him. He was almost scared to death, because a wormhole had appeared. It was a small wormhole, and a person walked out from the depths of the wormhole. His white robes fluttered in the wind, and his demeanor was like that of a dragon. He truly came from a void. Little Dharch, you can actually use small wormholes? Zhongli was shocked. Is this the power of the Queen Mother? Yes, the power within the Queen Mother itself carries wormholes with it. Although I can't jump long distances, I can still do it on this planet. Little Dharch smiled. After appearing in the inn, the wormhole disappeared. You have to be careful. The heavenly will here is very strong. The planets will can monitor almost everything, Zhongli hurriedly warned. I knew that a long time ago, but the Empress Egg itself landed on this planet to seize the will of this planet. The Empress Egg has existed on this planet for thousands of years, absorbing energy, and has long come into contact with a part of the planet's will. It has started to parasitize the planet's will, so you don't have to worry. My starting point is higher than anyone else's. Those foreign planet experts, even the expert from Starsky University, all want to seize the planet's will, or rather, share the results of the collapse of the planet's will, but they can't. They don't know how to swallow the planet's will, but the Queen Mother does. Little Dharch didn't care at all. Zhongli suddenly recalled that this was indeed the case. The reason why the Queen Zerg had developed such a huge swarm of bugs was to plunder one planet after another. Not only did they devour the resources of the planets, but more importantly, they devoured the souls of the planets. Other experts really didn't have such an innate advantage. When Little Dharch came, it was so easy, and the Heavenly Will didn't notice anything at all. This showed how powerful he was. Zhongli, Long Tianlong's body trembled. This is your friend. He had sharp eyes and could see what kind of person Little Dharch was and what kind of power he had. He was almost unfathomable. He could completely crush him into powder with just a lift of his hand. Your Long Tianlang? Little Dharch glanced at him. Your strength is not bad, with one-dimensional unit of mental power. Follow Zhongli well and make a name for yourself. This was almost like a reprimand, but Long Tianlang didn't dare to reply, let alone resist. How ferocious was the person who opened a small wormhole? Even the principal of Starsky University didn't have this kind of ability. I ran into trouble this time. Someone called Yang Tatian noticed me. Zhongli explained the situation. I'm afraid that it will cause some changes. Do you have any good ideas? That's easy. Just wait for him to come again. When he comes again, I'll get rid of him. Lil Dharch sat down. Zhongli, this time, I stole the Emperor Star's will. Of course, you can also get a part of it. It's enough for you to accumulate enough resources to break through to the great Emperor Fetus. All right, how can I steal the Heaven's will? Zhongli was very confused about this question. He found it unbelievable. In his opinion, the Heaven's will was unfathomable. Countless Taoist books respected the Heaven's will, but modern times proved that the Heaven's will in the ancient times was the will of the planet itself. Since everyone had lost their respect for the Heaven's will, the masters wanted to steal the planet's will for their own use. The Heaven's will is closely related to humans. A feudal dynasty prayed to the Heaven's will for tens of thousands of years, and the ruler of this dynasty had the deepest connection with the Heaven's will. Yang Taishan's idea was simple. When the great Qin dynasty prayed to the Heaven's will would gather and reach its strongest point. He would then wait for the masters from the cultivation world to come. When the masters fight with the Heaven's will bless the members of the royal family. The seventh prince is an important person, so he will receive more Heaven's will. Yang Tatian will be right next to him, and he will use a secret art to steal the Heaven's will. This will increase one's soul energy by dozens of dimensions, or even hundreds of dimensions. The will of a human is too small compared to the will of the planet. Even a little bit of the planets will bless a person's soul energy. Little Darch said, once you are enlightened, you will immediately become a Buddha. Zhongli was suddenly enlightened. He suddenly thought of the ancient earth where there was a brilliant cultivator who comprehended for a long time. One day, he suddenly comprehended and obtained divine abilities. He was able to call the wind and summon the rain, scatter beans into soldiers, and summon thunder. This was most likely the blessing of the heaven's will and the increase in soul energy, summoning the majestic power of nature. Yes, that's right. However, the Earth's will had a lot of fluctuations. It was very strange and unpredictable, and it didn't wake up. Therefore, the number of people on the planet with divine powers decreased, and eventually it disappeared. But the Emperor's star is different. Little Darch said, for example, Chun Tian Shu is a meditative realm expert, but he is also favored by the heaven's will. His strength surpasses normal experts, and he is very, very strong. Then should we rely on the royal bloodline to seize the heaven's will? Zhongli asked. There's no need for that. The Queen Zerg naturally has a way to seize the heaven's will. At my level, it is to forcefully devour the heaven's will. But the Queen Zerg hasn't awakened yet, so I can't do that. But I have the Emperor's relic. Little Darch said, you have just started to cultivate the Emperor's heart seal, so you don't understand the true mystery of the Emperor's seal. Actually, the heaven, earth, and human seals of the Emperor's seal are supreme seals that communicate with the heaven's will, and finally, the heavens will enter the body. At the final level, one's heart will become one with the heaven and earth, and finally assimilate the heaven's will. Back then, the Emperor cultivated on countless planets and seized the planet's will. It was as simple as eating and drinking. In the end, he finally surpassed the vision divinity realm and stepped into the mysterious primal chaos realm. Zhongli indeed hadn't cultivated the heaven, earth, and human seals. He hadn't even fully comprehended the Emperor's heart seal. But he hadn't expected that the heaven, earth, and human seals could seize the heaven's will and steal the heaven's will. Of course, I won't be able to seize the heaven's will completely this time, but I am confident that I will succeed. Little Darch said, I will use the Emperor's 9 seals and open the highest mystery of the Emperor's relic. The Emperor's relic will be activated and absorb the power of the heaven's will. At that time, everyone will be working for us. The Emperor's relic has this kind of function. Zhongli finally realized that his knowledge was too shallow. The Emperor's relic has many functions. Your cultivation is too shallow right now, so you don't know the mysteries within. Little Darch looked at the sky. I will stay here for the next few days to study the heaven's will and strive for the final change. Give me the Emperor's relic. I will refine it. Okay. Zhongli immediately gave the Emperor's relic to Little Darch. Little Darch opened his mouth, and a stream of mental power was injected into the Emperor's relic. Zhongli immediately felt relaxed. When he entered the Qin Empire's territory, he was under constant surveillance and didn't dare to act rashly. But now, he suddenly felt relaxed. It was like a vicious criminal being chased by the human society and finally arriving at the black market. He was in a relaxed state. Long Tianlang and the others were the same. It seemed that Little Darch had isolated the planet's will and even started to comprehend the changes of the planet's will. In fact, even trees had their own will. It was just that this will was different from human will. It operated slowly and was difficult to express. It was the same for the planet. Long Tianlang and the others shrank into a corner like chicks that saw an eagle in the sky. In front of Little Darch, they couldn't play any tricks. The 4 of them thought that Zhongli had Hong Heiyu's support, so they might still have some tricks up their sleeves. But when they found out that Zhongli was such a powerful figure, there was no way they could resist. Just like that, Zhongli stayed in the inn for another day and night. He didn't take Yang Taishan's warning to heart. On the 3rd night, there was a sudden movement in the yard. A white mist surrounded the yard, and Yang Tatian appeared in the yard. He sneered, "Kiddo, how dare you disobey my orders? Who gave you the guts to do so?" Chapter 251. Yang Tatian stood with his hands behind his back. His body was as straight as a ramrod, and his palms seemed to be in control of the universe. It was as if he was in control of life and death. He looked at the movements in the inn, and his killing intent boiled. If there was a disagreement, he would kill. Creak. The door of the inn opened, and Zhongli walked out from his room. Long Tianlang and the other three rushed out and stood in the four corners of the yard. They seemed to be surrounding Yang Tatian. What's going on? Yang Tatian sensed that something was amiss, but he only smirked. Oh, Long Tianlang, what is the meaning of this? How dare you fight me? Do you really want to die without a burial? It has nothing to do with them. Zhongli walked to Yang Tatian. Why are you so murderous? We need to familiarize ourselves with the imperial capital before we can work for you. It's just that we haven't gone out for 2 days. Umph. Yang Tatian scanned the surroundings and didn't find anything out of place. Then I will ask you to go out and keep an eye on Jiangzi. I received news today that Jiangzi has entered the imperial capital, but I can't find him. That's strange. That's why I need your help to locate him. It's time for you to work for me. Jiangzi has entered the imperial capital. Didn't you say that no one in the imperial capital can escape from your eyes and ears? Zhongli asked curiously. You've been working in the imperial capital for so many years, and you've become the 7th prince's subordinate. You must have a lot of information. How come you can't even find Jiangzi? If you talk to me like that again, I will make you wish you were dead. Yang Tatian was very uncomfortable, but he didn't say anything for the time being. You and the Jiang family are at loggerheads now. Everyone in the Jiang family will hate you because you ruined their presidential election. I will spread the news that you are in the imperial capital. That way, the Jiang family will come looking for you. As for why I can't find Jiangzi, it's simple. He must have the support of a powerful force, and he has a powerful art of concealment. Humph. The imperial star is a big deal. There's no way Jiang Nailan won't pay attention to this. Isn't releasing the news that I'm here putting me in a desperate situation? Zhongli was infuriated. Yang Tatian, I have no grudge against you. Why do you have to offend me? Offend you? Yang Tatian burst into laughter. Do you think you're worth offending? What are you? I'm only speaking to you like this because of Hong Heiyu. However, Hong Heiyu shouldn't be able to do anything to me now. I know that he has been promoted to vice principal. It's the 2nd tier of the embryonic breathing realm, the divine breath realm, but I don't lose to him. In other words, you are my chess piece. Whatever I tell you to do, you will do. You have 2 choices. One is to obediently listen to me. After I make use of you, you will still have a chance to live. The second choice is to die. Zhongli, the people in this world are still so greedy and arrogant. I will kill him. While Yang Tatian was speaking, Lil Tharch took a step forward and stood in front of Zhongli. As soon as he appeared, a ripple appeared in the air. The entire yard was sealed off, and even the ground was covered in mist. Who are you? Yang Tatian shuddered and was taken aback. He had no idea how the little monarch appeared. His soul energy allowed him to see through everything. Even bacteria couldn't escape from his mind, let alone a living person. There was only one possibility, and that was that Lil Tharch's spiritual energy was much stronger than his. Lil Tharch was able to block his mind and create a vacuum. Kaboom! As he spoke, he launched his attack first. He stomped on the ground and threw a punch at Lil Tharch. The air current swirled, and a powerful energy field exploded. A giant hand appeared behind his head. The purple gold color kept flowing, and it seemed to have materialized. Infinite heaven and earth, destroy evil and suppress demons. Kill. Lil Tharch didn't even look at it. He suddenly blew out a breath, and a sword aura appeared. Whoosh! The purplish gold hand was completely destroyed. Purple Dragon 7 kill. Secret art of the dynasty. Yang Tatian took another step forward. Suddenly, the roar of a dragon and a tiger came from his body. 7 streams of purple air appeared behind him and turned into 7 ferocious dragons. The dragons were filled with murderous intent, and the majesty of a king was displayed. The entire inn would be turned to dust once this move was used. The explosive force was equivalent to that of a missile. It was an imperial power of the great Qin dynasty, not a martial art. The purple dragon 7 kill was a secret art of the royal family. Deprive. Lil the Arch didn't seem to be fazed by the attack. He only uttered 2 words. Suddenly, ropes made of crystal cells emerged from the depths of the void and tied Yang Tatian up. The purple dragons were forced back into Yang Tatian's body. What kind of martial art is this? Yang Tatian shouted. His arms, legs, and torso were all tied up by the crystal cells. He couldn't move at all. Purple energy seeped out of his body and tried to break the crystal cells, but it didn't work. However, it was useless. The crystalline cells spread in large amounts, and in a short while, they had wrapped him up into a large cocoon. Long Tianlang was dumbfounded. He was captured just like that. The famous leader of the team of immortal emperors was captured by Yang Tatian just like that, and he had no chance to fight back. Who are you? How dare you do this to me? Yang Tatian was still struggling. Unfortunately, all the divine powers he had used were useless. Not bad, not bad. You are at the 2nd level of immortal breath, but you are only at the beginning. You are much weaker than Brother Black Prison. But Brother Black Prison has reached the mixed essence breath and is in seclusion to stabilize his power. The young emperor sized Yang Tatian up as if he was food. But you are quite powerful, and the sacred fetus is also very powerful. You can refine pure energy and use it to strengthen Jiang Li's body of the great emperor. His body of the great emperor has reached initial success. Dig out his saint embryo. Gulp. Long Tianlang swallowed his saliva. He was scared out of his wits. What are you trying to do? Yang Tatian's face was filled with terror. This thing is not energy, it's some kind of strange cell. How can you do this? You're not human. Lil the Arch ignored Yang Tatian. He placed his hand on the top of Yang Tatian's head and pulled out a large amount of purple energy. This was the pure energy inside Yang Tatian's body. Yang Tatian screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Let me go, let me go. Don't do this. I am wrong. Don't pull out my sacred child. His voice was so shrill that it could be heard by the whole city, but it was completely isolated. Even the heavens didn't change. Long Tianlang fell to his knees. He was scared out of his wits. A large amount of purple air was drawn out, and a sacred fetus appeared in the middle of the purple air flow. The sacred fetus was purple and looked like a 1-foot-tall Yang Tatian. It was the nascent soul of Taoism, formed by a large amount of blood energy and spirit qi. What a powerful energy. Jiang Li looked at the sacred child and nodded. It is indeed the 2nd tier of the embryonic breathing realm, the divine breath realm. The energy contained in this sacred child can create a lake on the ground. It is equivalent to the explosion of a nuclear bomb. Impressive. The sacred child was like a large nuclear reactor. It kept running inside the body, absorbing energy and releasing it. The entire human body was a large energy field. It could do all kinds of things. However, this giant sacred child couldn't do anything in Lil Thearch's hands. No matter how Yang Tatian begged, cursed, or promised, it was useless. Suddenly, a fire appeared in Lil Thearch's hand and burned the sacred child. After a while, Yang Tatian's cursing became softer and softer. Long Tianlang's heart sank. A master cultivator died, just like that. His mind was destroyed. After that, the holy fetus purple qi was repeatedly burned. Little the Arch opened his mouth and inhaled. More than half of the holy fetus purple qi was absorbed. His body kept wriggling, as if he had unlocked a part of the Queen Mother's mental power and technology tree, as well as the huge amount of energy within his body. A small part of the sacred child suddenly turned into 7 purple dragons and flew toward Jiang Li. The energy of this sacred child is too strong. You can't absorb it all at once. I will condense the deepest essence into the qi of the dynasty in his body and turn it into 7 purple dragons. They will enter your 7 orifices. Then, you will be able to cultivate the body of the great to a small level. This person's cultivation is not bad, especially after absorbing the heavenly will of the dynasty. He has the smell of the dragon vein. It is pure and vast, which is very helpful for the body of the great. The 7 purple dragons enter Jiang Li's 7 orifices. Jiangli immediately sat down with his legs crossed. His entire body was shrouded in a purple mist, and the 7 purple dragons were moving in and out of his 7 orifices. Every time they entered and exited, his great emperor physique would become a little stronger, and the 7 purple dragons would shrink a little. Woo woo woo. After a night, the 7 purple dragons completely disappeared. Jiangli suddenly trembled, and the vitality in his body rose steadily. It climbed from 10 to 11, then 12, and finally 13. In a night, his vitality jumped by 3 points. Long Tianlang couldn't believe it. Although Jiang Li's vitality was far from his, it was only a matter of time if he kept getting stronger. What was more terrifying was that he could feel that Jiang Li's mental energy had also become stronger. If this mental energy continued to grow, how strong would he be? The body of the great has indeed improved greatly. However, it is still far from the small level. Jiangli moved his body. He felt that he could rush out and tear a mountain apart. However, he couldn't unleash a lot of the potential in his body. There was something binding him. He knew that the body of the great was still lacking. It is already very good. If this person dies, then so be it. Little Darch looked at the corpse on the ground. However, his corpse and DNA are useful. I can inject my will into his body, control him, and obtain his wealth. Moreover, after refining his sacred embryo, I have already obtained his memory. I will now transfer his bank account to you. With a thought, the corpse on the ground stood up and moved his body. It was almost the same as Yang Tatian. An optical computer chip appeared on his body. He clicked on the chip, and his wealth appeared. 660 billion celestial dollars. Wow, Jiangli was shocked. So much celestial dollars? Chapter 252. The amount of celestial essence shocked Jiangli. He had made a fortune from plundering Long Tianlang and the others, and there were still resources in the Great Emperor Relic that had yet to be delivered to the Scarlet Emperor Group. If he could obtain Yang Taishan's wealth and base, his strength would increase even more. Yang Taishan's base would definitely be much more abundant than Long Tianlang's base. How could he let go of such a huge fortune? I'm afraid it's not appropriate to transfer 660 billion celestial essence to the Scarlet Emperor Group's account. Jiangli, it would cause too much of a commotion. If the Yang family starts investigating, they would immediately trace it back to me. That's easy. Just transfer it to my account. Little Darch smiled. I got an identity through Hong Heiyu, and it's an account in the elite area. It's a secret account in the Starry Sky Bank. No one will be able to investigate the flow of funds in this bank. That's true. Jiangli thought about it. Although 660 billion celestial essence was a lot, it was nothing to some of the huge money laundering groups. The top 100 groups could launder 1 trillion in a single transaction. In the 200-year era of nations, 1 trillion was a huge sum. However, humans had now developed to dozens of planets, covered the starry sky, and had countless bases. Their commerce was more than 10,000 times more developed than before. Although 1 trillion was still a huge sum, it was not enough to shake the human economy. Now, you can leave. Little Darch looked at the sky. What's coming is bound to be a storm. The imperial capital will conduct a lot of checks in the next month. We have to get Yang Taishan's base first. Also, take a trip home and send those resources to the Scarlet Emperor Group to develop it. Come to the imperial capital during the worship ceremony in a month. I will pick you up. Don't be afraid. Everything is under my control. Okay, go. Little Darch waved his hand, and the Great Emperor Relic opened up a space, wrapped around everyone, and silently shot into the sky, disappearing. There was no fluctuation, and even Heavenswill couldn't detect it. Apparently, it believed that Little Darch had cultivated and could integrate with Heavenswill. Jiang Li and the others left the Imperial City, leaving Little Emperor alone. The Little Darch looked at the sky and shook her head. Heavenswill, the will of the planet, is not the true Heavenswill. The true Heavenswill is the will of the Chaos Realm, the origin of the entire universe. The Darch wanted to obtain eternity, but he died in the end. But if I want to recover my vision domain cultivation, I need to obtain the Emperor's stars will. 3 days later, Jiang Li, Long Tianlang, and the others appeared in the sky above a huge base. This base was built very cleverly. It was also located in a mountain, but the mountain was like a long snake or a tortoise's shell. It stretched down into the distance, and from a distance, it looked like a huge Xuanwu had crawled out from the ground. Black tortoise sacred acupoint. At a glance, Zhongli knew what kind of feng shui layout this was. It was very good. In ancient times, it belonged to the emperor's lair because it corresponded to the god of Zhenwu, great emperor. Come out! Long Tianlang roared. Just then, Yang Taishan's body appeared, floating in the air like a walking corpse. He held the chip in his hand and sent out all kinds of commands. Suddenly, the mountain below changed shape and a giant door opened. Space, open for me. Zhongli circulated his mind. Instantly, the great emperor relic turned into a door that was hundreds of meters tall. It stood tall on the ground, and at this moment, countless robots started to move it. Needless to say, there were countless resources. Suddenly, a huge optical computer was carried out by the robots. The optical computer was in the shape of a sphere, and it was surrounded by tentacles that kept spreading out. It was like a strange alien, and densely packed data flashed on the tentacles. This is Long Tianlang roared. This is the light brain of Moses. It is one of the few light brains in the human elite region. It was developed by the Lord God ship. Its computing power is very strong. We can't buy it at all. Only the human army and some big science laboratories are equipped with it. Light brain of Moses? Isn't it much better than your light brain? Zhongli looked at the light brain and knew that it wasn't ordinary. Our light brain may be strong, but it's nothing compared to light brain of Moses. With light brain, your father's research can be completed in an instant. Long Tianlang was completely convinced by Shao Monarch's power. Since that was the case, Zhongli didn't hide the secret of the great emperor relic anymore. In the eyes of the four, the great emperor relic didn't belong to him, but to Shao Monarch. A master like Shao Monarch deserved such a treasure. Shao Monarch killing Yang Tatian wasn't a big deal, but opening a wormhole meant something. Long Tianlang knew very well what it meant. He didn't dare to make a move and only followed Jiang Li's lead. Right now, everything in Yang Taishan's private base was moved out one by one. The most valuable item was the light brain of Moses. Moses was a saint of the Western sect. Since the light brain was named after him, it must be very powerful. Other than that, the most valuable items were 300 kilograms of spirit stones and some energy blocks. All of them were extremely high quality, with a value of 8 stars. There were a lot of things in the base, and it took 5 days to move everything out. However, it was still not enough to fill up the space of the great emperor relic. After Zhongli moved the base, he went to the human base with Long Tianlang and the others and took the warship back to Earth. Although the mission wasn't completed, it took a long time to complete. Moreover, Long Tianlang, the team leader, was very cooperative. As a shareholder of the Red Emperor Group, Long Tianlang followed them back to boost their momentum. Zhongli brought the 2 embryonic breathing realm experts with him. The big shots in the 36 Hua cities were definitely shocked. After boarding the warship to Earth, Jiang Li and the others returned to the familiar Earth after a wormhole jump. This time, once they got out of the warship, Jiang Li quickly returned to the black market, Sun Moon City, and moved all the large items out. With the help of many robots, the moving speed was very fast. Moreover, they found many nanomachines in Yang Taishan's base. Hence, the Red Emperor Group expanded in the black market again. After moving all the resources, Jiang Li returned home again. He helped his father install the Moses optical computer. Together with a few large optical computers, many nanomachines, and various resources, the performance of Jiang Zhendong's laboratory increased by more than 100 times. Jiang Zhendong was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. However, it was a pity that his younger brother, Jiang Tao, had already left and returned to the battlefield in the cultivation world. While Jiang Li was going home to start the construction in a manor in the center of the capital. The first representative, Zhu Yuanshang, was discussing with Chen Gang and other representatives. The Wang family hasn't sent any news. I think they won't agree to our terms. Zhu Yuanshang slapped his forehead. This is really annoying. The terms that the Jiang family is offering are getting better and better. We can't reject them. They even said that they can give us more benefits to suppress the Red Emperor group. Are we going to do it or not? Yes. Why not? Chen Gang's eyes flashed. If there are benefits, we should take them. The Wang family can't give us benefits, but the Jiang family has given us so many. Brother Zhu, if you don't take this opportunity, you will be doomed. Anyway, I support the Jiang family. Under normal circumstances, there is no way for me to advance to the embryonic breathing realm. If I can get Jiang Nalin's empowerment, then there is hope. This concerns the path to immortality. If Wang Chao can empower me, I will definitely agree. However, the Wang family hasn't replied to our message for so long. If we don't choose now, we will lose a big opportunity. I agree too. Once the embryonic breathing realm advances, we can live for at least 100 years, or even 200 or 300 years. Moreover, our survival ability is very strong. If we encounter a catastrophe, we can all survive. Humans are prosperous now, but they might perish in an instant. If we are in the embryonic breathing realm, we will have supernatural powers and we will be cultivators. If humans no longer exist, we will have a chance of survival. Another member of parliament laughed coldly. Brother Zhu, don't think about it. Just listen to the Jiang family. Moreover, the Red Emperor group is getting bigger and bigger. If we take over now, a member of parliament said sinisterly, we can get a lot of benefits. No, we will offend the Wang family. Have you forgotten that in the black market last time, Jiang Nalin's holy statue was pushed down? Under normal circumstances, it is impossible to push down a saint's holy statue. This means that Jiang Nalin is still not as good as Wang Chao. Zhu Yuanshang frowned. Even so, Wang Chao will not make things difficult for us. What is his level? I am afraid the entire human race will not attract his interest. Think about it. Since he disappeared, how many crises has the Wang family encountered? If he did not come out to help, then what are we? Chen Gang said hurriedly. Chen Gang, I remember that your daughter, Chen Daier, is being groomed by Jiang Li. You are actually against him. He has a bright future. Your daughter is very interested in him. Zhu Yuanshang laughed. Humph. Chen Gang waved his hand. What is Jiang Li compared to Jiang Nalin? An ant and a divine dragon. He will not be able to compare to Jiang Nalin even after 10,000 years. If he can help me advance to the embryonic breathing realm, I will marry him even if I have 10 daughters, let alone one. You are really ruthless, a member of parliament said. Don't joke. To be able to get to this stage, which one of us is not ruthless? Chen Gang laughed coldly. At this moment, a member of parliament walked in hastily. Brother Zhu, Jiang Li has returned to the capital with countless resources. He is doing a lot of construction in the black market. Moreover, there are 2 experts in the embryonic breathing realm who are here to observe the Red Emperor group. 2 experts in the embryonic breathing realm. Zhu Yuanshang stood up abruptly. Quick, send out the invitations and invite the 2 experts in the embryonic breathing realm. No, this is too impolite. Let's go together to visit them. An expert in the embryonic breathing realm was an absolute expert on Earth, let alone 2 together. Other than in the Starry Sky University, such experts were only in the elite zone. They could not be seen in the normal zone. The strongest person in the 36 Hua cities was Chongding. It was impossible for him to break through to the embryonic breathing realm. The difference between the embryonic breathing realm and Chongding was that one was a human and the other was a cultivator. One still had a physical body, while the other had cultivated the Taoist nascent soul and could destroy battleships with his physical body. This was a big difference. Hence, when he heard that the experts in the embryonic breathing realm had come, Zhu Yuanshang immediately lost his cool. All the members of parliament were also not calm. Chapter 253. Zhu Yuanshang and the rest are here to visit. On the Scarlet Emperor Corporation's island, Jiang Li leisurely sat there, refining the immortal qi and purple dragon qi in his body. These 2 types of energy were stored in his cells, and as long as he continued to cultivate, his cells would release energy and transform his life force. As a result, his cultivation base became stronger and stronger. Now that his vitality had reached 13 points, he was invincible in the 36 watching cities. An army couldn't do anything to him. Now that Zhongli had obtained so much wealth, his business on Earth was getting bigger and bigger, especially in the Sun Moon City. Countless robots formed a firepower like an army. There were many types of robots in Long Tianlong's, Shaoquang's, and Yang Taishan's bases. There were production robots, research robots, combat robots, and service robots. These robots were all obtained from the advanced level. They could automatically absorb solar energy, charge themselves, and even use energy blocks. Zhongli even obtained a few good optical computers, especially the Moses, which could control everything. This completely saved him the need for manpower. This way, the defense of the black market was greatly improved. Humans could be hypnotized, but robots didn't have souls, so they couldn't be hypnotized. This way, his business would gradually expand, and he would build a business empire. He started all of this by plundering, so he could develop quickly. As expected, the primitive accumulation of capitalism is bloody plunder. Zhongli practiced while analyzing his business on Earth. At the same time, he was trying to figure out Zhu Yuanshan's purpose for coming. Ha ha! A burst of hearty laughter came from afar. A group of people walked in, led by Zhu Yuanshan. Brother Wang, you have guests this time. Why didn't you introduce them to us? A group of counselors from the 36 Hua cities were all present. They had to show enough respect to an embryonic breathing realm expert. However, once they entered the hall, Zhu Yuanshan's eyelid twitched. He felt that something was wrong. There were 5 people present: Jiang Li, Long Tianlang, Xiao Kuang, Duan Chao, and Luo Zhongnan. Only one person was sitting, while the others were standing. The person who was sitting was Jiang Li. This shouldn't be the case. According to logic, Jiang Li should be standing, while an expert in the embryonic breathing realm was sitting. This was simply overturning the order. Let me introduce you. Long Tianlang. This is the first counselor of the 36 Hua cities, Mr. Zhu Yuanshan. Jiang Li stood up and introduced them one by one. The atmosphere was quite polite. Long Tianlang? Could he be the most outstanding genius of the Long family? Zhu Yuanshan was taken aback. Nice to meet you. Are you really going to invest in the Red Emperor Group this time? The other counselors also looked at each other. If the Crimson Emperor Corporation was involved with the Long family, then things would be quite troublesome. Of course, it's to invest in the Scarlet Emperor Corporation. Brother John's business is huge. We will naturally submit to him. Xiao Kuang said. The moment he opened his mouth, it simply scared the hell out of these council members. Brother Jiang? Gang's heart almost burst. He had never expected that an embryonic breathing realm expert would actually call Jiang Li Brother Jiang. What was going on? Could it be that the world had been turned upside down? An embryonic breathing realm expert was superior? As the clan leader of a big family, he had great power and was a counselor. Yet, he had to tremble in fear in front of an embryonic breathing realm expert. Yet now, Jiang Li was the big brother of an embryonic breathing realm expert. That's right. We are here to invest in the Red Emperor Corporation. Jiang Li is our big brother. Long Tianlang recalled the scene when Xiao Di pulled out Yang Taishan's sacred fetus. He shivered again. The Long family and the Xiao family will fully support the Red Emperor Corporation. You guys. Gang's heart sank. His original intention of completely relying on the Jiang family wavered a little, but he did not give up. Recently, we have heard bad news. The Jiang family is very angry with the Red Emperor Corporation for developing the Sun and Moon essence. Even Saint Nalen is preparing to exert pressure on the higher-ups of the human race. Saint Nalen is preparing to exert pressure on the Red Emperor Corporation. He was testing the waters to see if the Long family and the Xiao family were afraid of the Jiang family. Jiang Nalen, Long Tianlang said disdainfully. He is no match for Wang Chao. Even without Wang Chao, the patriarch of the Wang family, Jiang Nalen can't do anything to Brother Jiang. What? Gang's face turned pale. The power behind Jiangli? Don't say so much. Jiangli waved his hand. Actually, he knew that Xiao Di wanted to obtain the will of heaven and completely suppress the spirit of the Queen Mother. Then, she would integrate the Queen Mother into her body and regain the power she had in the past. Only then would she be able to fight against Jiang Nalan. Therefore, the sacrificial ceremony in a month's time was the key. This time, the purpose of my return to the 36 Hua cities is to increase the investment in industries and make the 36 Hua cities flourish. Jiang Li continued, I am researching 2 technologies in the base of the Starry Sky University. The first is the spiritual rice, and the second is the meditative elixir. Once these 2 things are developed successfully, they will be of great help to the 36 Hua cities. I'm sure you guys know that. You can develop these 2 things successfully? Shen Gang did not believe him. These are some research topics in the elite zone. I haven't solved them yet. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Jiangli did not explain too much. He knew that this group of people were fence-sitters. However, it was understandable that they were driven by benefits. I know that you guys have been tempted by the Jiang clan to support him and attack my Red Emperor group. How about this? 1 month. 1 month later, you guys can make a decision. How about that? I'm sorry. Zhu Yuanshang sat down. Brother Jiangli, we are not fence-sitters. However, the benefits that the Jiang clan has offered are too generous. You also know that we really want to advance to the embryonic breathing realm. Jiang Nalan said that she will give us enlightenment. If the Wang clan can agree to our conditions, we will fully support the Wang clan and you from now on. How about that? 1 month. 1 month later, I will give you an answer. Jiangli stretched out a finger. It all depended on whether the sacrificial ceremony Junior Emperor could succeed. All right, 1 month. Chun Gang immediately said, if the Wang clan does not agree, we will fully support the Jiang clan. Sure, this is your freedom. Jiangli did not care. Now that he was a member of the elite zone, he could migrate to the elite zone at any time. At most, he could just pack up all his assets and migrate. Then it's a deal. Zhu Yuanshang was also a straightforward person. However, we will only support the Jiang clan's election. We will not attack the Red Emperor group. Harmony breeds wealth. After all, the Red Emperor group brings huge economic income to the 36 Hua cities. He was speaking the truth. The Red Emperor group had been brought a lot of wealth from the Emperor Star by Jiang Li and expanded rapidly. Now, many business groups on Earth, even those from other planets, came to the black market to buy things. Moreover, under the Red Emperor group's maintenance, the security of the black market was much better. Basically, some of the vicious gangs have been eliminated. Moreover, the Red Emperor group was made up of robots. There would not be a situation where good people were bullied. In this way, the 36 Hua cities' taxes increased greatly. That's the deal. I have to go back too. Jiang Li talked with the counselors for a while longer. The counselors stood up and said their goodbyes. Looking at their backs, Jiang Li smiled coldly. These fence-sitters are not trustworthy at all. Looks like I have to train the younger generation to replace them. That's simple. Other than having a large population, the 36 Hua cities' economic strength and vitality per capita are not high. These counselors are short-sighted. We will deal with them one by one, Long Tianlang said. Let's go back to the capital of the Great Dry Empire and wait for the sacrifice. 3 days later, Jiang Li and the others returned to the Emperor Star and headed to the Great Dry Empire. This time, Jiang Li first sensed Little Arch. Immediately, a wormhole the size of a fist appeared in front of them. They entered the depths of the Emperor Relic, and the Emperor Relic was sucked into the wormhole. The next moment, they arrived at the capital. When they appeared in the courtyard, the Emperor Relic was already in Little Thearka's hands. The wormhole also disappeared. Such a powerful heavens will suppression. The moment Jiang Li landed on the ground, he immediately felt a heavy pressure on his soul. He raised his head and looked up into the sky. It was as if he could feel that in the depths of the void, the mighty will of nature was gathering towards the imperial capital from all directions. And within the imperial capital, there were many powerful auras that were faintly lying dormant, not daring to challenge this will of heaven. This was the will of the Emperor's star. If it could be like a human and learn to cultivate, no one would be its match. Now is not the time when it is the strongest. When it is, the will of the planet will directly appear and form a form in the sky. It might be the heavenly eye. At that time, it will be the strongest and the best time to capture it. Little Arch looked up at the sky. At that time, experts from all sides will make their move. There might even be visitors from the heavens showing their divinity. It all depends on luck. Taking the head of the general from the army of 10,000. Of course, under the counterattack of the heavens will, even vision domain experts will fall. At that time, the Emperor Relic will show its power. Absorb the fallen souls. I will open the great dream barrier and absorb the fallen souls. We can do that, Zhongli asked. That's right. Let's start setting up the barrier now. Little Arch smiled. What year is it today? Once the great dream barrier is complete, the souls of the fallen will turn into mental energy and condense in the Emperor Relic, becoming our pure resource. As the little Emperor spoke, the crystals that came out of his body suddenly transformed into many small flags. The flags had the faces of countless fish dragons on them, and they sank into the ground. An invisible altar rose up and then sank back into the ground. The Emperor Relic turned into a spiral and burrowed deep into the ground, disappearing. The ground seemed to tremble slightly. What we need to do now is wait. After finishing these actions, Little Arch sat down cross-legged. Zhongli also cultivated here. Under Little Thearcha's protection, he could absorb spiritual energy without worry. Days passed like this. The heavens will of the capital became thicker and thicker, almost condensing into a solid form. Faintly, Zhongli could see an eyeball condensing high up in the sky above the capital. It seemed to be able to see through everything. This was Heaven Has Eyes. This kind of scene was recorded in ancient Earth. Chapter 254. The celestial eye has appeared. It's going to dominate the world. In the imperial capital, in another house, a few people dressed in classic clothes were also looking up at the sky. The entire imperial capital was bright day and night. The light from the eyeball in the sky had replaced the stars, causing all the planets to lose their light. The strong spiritual pressure could drive away all evil. Any action at this time would be suicidal. No one dared to challenge the mighty heaven's will. Jiangzi, will your Jiang family St. Nailan really make a move this time? One of the men asked the other. Of course, we won't be able to win the heaven's will with our strength. Jiangzi was wearing a moon-white robe and holding a fan in his hand. He looked elegant and spirited, as if he was about to become a peerless figure who could do whatever he wanted. His face was very handsome, but his eyes were blue, his hair was black, and his nose was high. Obviously, he was of mixed Chinese and Western descent, which meant that he was a mixture of Asian and Caucasian. In modern society, even though there were no more countries, racial discrimination still existed. Most big families maintained the purity of their bloodlines. The Wangs, for example, would never marry foreigners. But the Jiang family was different. In order to win over the Western races, they had started intermarrying in large numbers. Jiangzi was the son of a man from the Jiang family and a woman from a Western noble family. Of course, the Jiang family's genes were excellent, so his family's genes must be good too. The Jiangzi of the two was a top master, on the same level as Yang Tatian. At this moment, his Sun Moon team was waiting. Like the Immortal Emperor team, the Sun Moon team was ranked in the top 10. Even though they weren't as good as the Immortal team, Celestial team, and Samsara team, they were still in the top 10. Their cultivation was almost on par with the vice principal. They were the elites of Star Sky University. Heaven's Will is really powerful. If the sacrifice succeeds, Starry Sky University will be wiped out by the will of the planet and reduced to nothingness. Jiangzi closed the fan in his hand. But this is destined to fail. I will get St. Nailan's help and gain part of the planet's consciousness. My mental energy will increase greatly, and I will have resources to advance to the mixed essence level. Then, I will break through to the meditative state. Within a year, I will be invincible. St. Nailan received more benefits, right? A man asked Jiangzi. Of course, the saint will become the true ruler of this imperial star. At the same time, he will become the strongest human, and his vitality will break through 4 digits. He will fight with Wang Chao, kill him, and become the guardian of humanity. Our Jiang family will also occupy the highest ruling position of the human race and become the emperor forever. Jiang Zi did not hide his ambition at all. Haha, if the Jiang clan becomes the emperor, then we will be the ministers. We will enjoy endless glory and wealth. With all technology in our hands, we will completely rule over the entire human race. A man said excitedly, "Actually, I study sociology. After humans step into the starry sky, the best system should be an imperial system. An imperial system is the most reasonable. That's because the cultivation of humans gets higher and higher. Some of them occupy the top of the pyramid. They can kill thousands of humans with a single thought. They can destroy planets with their physical bodies. Why should they serve ordinary people? Let's not talk about that for now. What we need to do is wait. Wait for things to change. Wait for the worship to begin. Right now, the worship to the heavens has not begun." Jiang Zi smiled, as if everything was under control. No matter what, as long as Saint Nalen takes action this time, everything is set. Not only do I want a portion of the heavens' will's spiritual power, but the heaven and earth Wuji map in the capital city will also be mine. That's only natural. No one can stop Saint Nalen. Some people chuckled and complimented him. Finally, the days passed one after another. Jiangli was completely immersed in his cultivation. The little arch guided him in his cultivation. Under the pressure of the heaven's will, his spirit and body grew stronger and stronger. He even felt as though he was communicating with the heaven's will. Although he had not mastered the great Emperor Heart Seal and had not fully comprehended it, he was gradually enlightened in the depths of his heart. He felt like he could break through the void and see the truth. On this day, early in the morning, the heaven eye hanging in the sky suddenly shot out a bright light. No one could see it, but then the light retracted and the heaven eye became more realistic. It looked like it was made of flesh and blood. Even its eyelashes appeared in the sky, observing everything. At this moment, the entire imperial capital was under lockdown. Soldiers and horses were coming and going. All unrelated people are not allowed to go out. Burn incense at home and pray to the heavens. Every household is to start offering sacrifices. Groups of soldiers started to inspect the surroundings. This meant that the sacrifices had begun. Little Emperor suddenly drew a circle, and the situation in the city appeared, especially the imperial city that was shrouded in purple energy. He could see many people gathered around a high platform and started offering sacrifices. The heavens will in the sky seemed to have solidified. Rumble. Jiangli saw some islands appear on the surface of the water outside the imperial capital. These islands were filled with spiritual qi, and there were actually mineral veins in them. Crackle. Thunder rumbled, and large amounts of spiritual qi surged into the imperial capital. In the depths of the imperial capital was a space of the heaven and earth Wuji map. There were mountains, rivers, and veins. This tangible spiritual qi rushed into the heaven and earth Wuji map and instantly turned into many mineral veins and spiritual stones. This was heavens will speeding up the geological movement, completing the accumulation of billions of years in an instant. This was the power of heaven's will. After absorbing a large amount of spiritual qi, the entire heaven and earth Wuji map suddenly shone with unparalleled light. Celestial music reverberated everywhere, and one could vaguely see a map flying out of thin air, about to merge with the eyeball in the sky. This is the totem spirit of the heaven and earth Wuji map. It has already cultivated its own spirituality. That map has been refined by the entire royal family for 20,000 years. Now, once it merges with heaven's will, the royal family of the great Qian dynasty will become the heavenly court. Little Emperor's tone was a little solemn. The experts are about to make their move. As expected at this moment, a huge hand flew from the sky. It was formed by energy and grabbed towards the totem spirit. This huge hand was dozens of kilometers long, and when it grabbed over, it seemed like the entire world was about to be grabbed by it. All the airflow flowed towards this huge hand like rivers flowing into the sea. This huge hand shone with golden light, and its aura was overwhelming. With the strength of one person, it could destroy an entire country. It was as if an overlord had descended. Jiang Li didn't even need to think. Based on this aura, he knew that Jiang Nalan had made his move. When Heaven's will was at its densest, when it was the most condensed, he grabbed the Heaven's eye in his hand, wanting to seize Heaven's will and fight against Heaven. What kind of spirit was this? Moreover, his real body didn't appear. Only his will appeared here, traversing through time and space to come here. He could destroy everything just by showing his divinity. This was an expert, an absolute expert. If a country fought against him, he would destroy it. If Heaven's will was useful to him, he would seize Heaven's will. No one could stop him. Jiang Li's body had merged with Jiang Nalan's spiritual source, so he was very sensitive to this person. As soon as he appeared, his heart beat wildly. Even the great emperor's heart seal couldn't suppress it. This is Jiang Nalan. He came from the faraway void, and his will gathered energy from the sky. In an instant, he could topple mountains and overturn seas. However, he's still a little lacking to deal with the Emperor Star's Heaven's will. Little Emperor didn't move, and he just quietly watched the changes. Rumble. The heavens, I seemed to be insulted by the giant hand. It immediately released powerful lightning, which formed an ocean that immediately enveloped the golden hand. The sky shook for thousands of miles, and the giant hand was instantly destroyed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this time, another large formation suddenly appeared in the sky, densely packed together. It was like a giant net that had appeared out of nowhere. There was a figure standing in each of the four corners of the net, and they were moving toward the center, trying to envelop the Heaven's Eye and even the entire imperial city. These are 4 experts in the meditative realm. Little Emperor said, if my guess is correct, these are the experts of the human clans on Earth. All 4 of them are from the West. Jiang Li could see clearly that the 4 people who had set up the net were all from the West. Each of them had appeared out of nowhere, and their bodies exploded with powerful energy. Any expert in the meditative realm could destroy a mountain, move mountains, and fill oceans. It wasn't difficult for them to form a river. For example, in the ancient times of China, who knew how much manpower and resources it took to open up the Grand Canal, but if it was a meditative realm expert, it would only take a year. That was power. Meditative realm experts could become presidents in the human world. Although they weren't as strong as prominent divinity realm experts, they were already at the top of the human hierarchy. If prominent divinity was the supreme emperor, then meditative realm experts were the princes, the generals of the army. If the 4 of them worked together, they could destroy the entire imperial city and even the Qian Empire. Kacha, Jiang Li felt an earth-shattering pressure assaulting him, almost shaking him to the point that his internal organs were about to flip over. The spiritual energy around was chaotic, and the airflow seemed like it was about to tear the entire imperial city apart. Shua! At this moment, a sword light broke through the sky, piercing through the sky. The sword light gave off a rainbow glow, and it slashed towards the 4 Western experts. It came from the direction of the college. Chun Tianshu had made his move. Jiang Li saw Chun Tianshu's body shoot up into the sky. He held a long sword in his hand and slashed in the air. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth expanded, causing his sword light to gather into a sea of sword light. He was already strong enough, and now that Heaven's will was condensed, he was the person with the deepest understanding of the will of heaven and earth. He had the support of the planet's will, so he was even stronger. One sword to destroy the 4 directions, and a heart to create all techniques. The sword light was like a tide, tearing the net apart. Bang, 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 bang. There were 4 loud bangs, and a huge energy body appeared behind the 4 meditative realms cultivators. The energy bodies were in the form of angels, and they emitted a stream of platinum light. They fused with the sword light, and suppressed Chen Tianshu. A fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger had begun. Chapter 255. Expert. This was a true expert. Once they made a move, the heavens and earth would change color and everything would turn chaotic. They could cause the earth to sink and the earth to turn upside down. Finally, Zhongli understood what the written charm scripture meant when it said, when a person's killing intent is released, the earth and sky will turn upside down. Bong! The sword light shattered, and an angel phantom appeared behind the four meditative realm experts. The energy was enough to change mountains and rivers. With a loud roar, Chen Tianshu's spirit sword shattered and turned into energy that returned to his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Kill! The four Western experts didn't even look at him. The angel behind them released a platinum holy light that surged out like a platinum flood. The rivers attacked Chen Tianshu, wanting to kill this person. Platinum glory. This energy was quickly calculated in Jiang Li's mind. He tested its strength and found that it far surpassed a nuclear bomb. The destructive power could instantly vaporize a city. Just how did these people possess such great power? Evil demon die. Right when Chen Tianshu was about to be killed, 7 angry roars came from the sky and 7 old men appeared. These 7 old men all had strange appearances and long beards. There was a ring of clear light behind them, and they were all meditative realm experts. As soon as they appeared, dragon roars sounded out and the wind and clouds changed. The 7 rivers of clear light slammed into the platinum waterfall. How long? The two collided and the heavens and earth shook. Countless houses in the city collapsed, and countless people screamed in pain. Some died, and some prayed to the gods. At this time, a vast will descended. In the sky, the emperor's stars will cover the entire city, and all sorts of changes occurred. The collapsed houses were restored to their original state, and even the injured and dead people instantly looked as if they hadn't been injured at all. Matter, restoration. Jiang Li loudly roared, not daring to believe what he was seeing. This surpassed the highest level of human technology. Even if humans developed for another 1,000 years, they wouldn't be able to reach this level of technology. This isn't strange. Heavens will has this kind of ability. It could trace back time and restore matter. The little emperor nodded. This is the power of heaven's will. Even a vision domain realm human expert can't do this. Just watch. The fiercer battle is yet to come. A vision domain realm person will drool over any planet's will. Those 7 old men are experts from the cultivation world. 7 of them came out at once. Strong. He's really too strong. Jiang Li couldn't interfere in such a battle at all. He could only watch. I'm afraid that the 4 great Westerners will be killed. Jiang Li knew that these 7 were experts from the cultivation world. They were also in the meditative state, and their attacks were extremely powerful. Another vision domain realm expert has appeared. Little Dharch looked into the sky. It's not Jiang Nailan. It's a vision domain existence from the west. At this time, a ball of holy light appeared in the sky, trying to compete with the heavenly will for glory. Deep within the holy light, a cross appeared. This cross traversed the heavens and the earth, crushing down viciously from midair. It was like a heavenly god, purifying all of the evil spirits in the world. The western side, a vision domain expert. It had finally appeared. Among the humans of Earth, there were Wang Chao and his wife, as well as Ba Liming and a few others at the vision domain realm. There were also quite a few vision domain realm experts from the west, especially when the giant ship fell in the western region, creating a group of outstanding people from the west. Because of this, Wang Chao and his wife, as well as Ba Liming and the others were nowhere to be seen, far away from this world. The Chinese vision domain realm experts were only Jiang Nailan and 1 or 2 mysterious people, while the rest were all from the west. This caused the western side to be very powerful. Now, who among the vision domain realm experts from the west had come? Vision domain realm experts were very mysterious and powerful. Normal people didn't know who they were. Even Jiang Li didn't know. How many of these people were there in the west? The giant platinum cross was made of pure energy, but with a single move, it could destroy the sun and moon, covering all light. Bang, 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 bang. The 7 old ancestors from the cultivation world all spat out blood, especially when one of them suddenly exploded, giving a pitiful cry as he fell down like a meteor. One is dead. Jiang Li's heart skipped a beat. A meditative realm old ancestor was directly killed. What kind of divine might was this? Good. This feels good. Great dream barrier, gather the souls. Gather the spiritual energy of the fallen into the barrier. The little emperor revealed a look of pleasant surprise. He waved his hand, and an invisible altar appeared. Powerful spiritual energy fell from the sky and was absorbed into the altar. Jiang Li could see that deep underground, the fallen ancestor had turned into a ball of light that was sucked into the Grand Emperor relic. It wriggled and wriggled until it was sucked into a small wormhole. Lil Thearka's body seemed even more corporeal. The moment a meditative realm expert dies, the spiritual energy released is very powerful, much more powerful than nuclear fission and fusion. I have collected this spiritual energy and absorbed it into my body, opening up the Empress Egg's energy and technology tree. As the owner of the Great Emperor Relic, you can obtain quite a bit of benefits. Look, the Great Emperor Relic is giving you spiritual energy. Rumble. Jiang Li sensed a majestic will coming from the Grand Emperor's Sarira. This will was pure, without any impurities. It was as clear and pure as the sky, and when it entered his mind, it caused his brain cells to become incomparably active and his psyche power to skyrocket. Originally, there were 3.5 stars in his mind. Now, the half star was complete. 4 stars. This represented 4 units of spiritual energy. However, he only got a small head, while the little emperor got the big head. In a faraway place, Hong Heiyu's base on the island, a space-time wormhole suddenly appeared above the Queen Mother's egg. Deep within the wormhole, waves of energy were sent into the egg, and the egg began to squirm. The crystal cells overflowed and flowed into the ocean. The ocean also began to turn into crystals. Hong Heiyu was in the deepest level of cultivation when he suddenly sensed something. He opened his eyes and inhaled, absorbing the energy from the depths of the Empress Egg into his body. He stood up, and crackling sounds came from all over his body. A powerful airflow surged around him, and he grabbed with his hand. Suddenly, a large amount of spiritual chi condensed into liquid and sprinkled down, converging into a stream on the ground. Mixed origin breath has finally reached perfection. There was no joy on Hong Heiyu's face. It seems like the sacrifice to the heavens has begun. I wonder what the final result will be. Will the little emperor be able to obtain heaven's will? Imperial capital. At this moment, it was completely covered by the light. Wind and fire roared as all kinds of energy covered the sky. In the sky, absolute experts were fighting. With one strike from the Platinum Cross, it caused the fall of an ancestor of the cultivation world. At this time, there was the sound of the sky cracking. In the depths of the sky, a person that seemed like an emperor appeared. He was wearing armor, and his battle intent filled the sky. With a grab of his hand, he grabbed the Platinum Cross. This was an incarnation and a vision domain expert. However, he was not a vision domain expert of Earth, but a vision domain expert of the cultivation world. This vision domain expert was like a god of war. With a grab of his hand, a deep black vortex appeared that could suck in all the energy of heaven and earth. After grabbing the Platinum Cross, he roared and actually reached out towards the heaven's eye in the depths of the sky. Experts now knew that the heaven's eye was condensed from heaven's will. If one obtained it and subdued it, they would immediately become a saint. However, anyone who subdued heaven's will would suffer a backlash and die without a burial. This vision domain expert grabbed at the heaven's eye. The heaven's eye suddenly shot out light that shone on his body. He began to roar, and the large hand melted. His entire body also began to disintegrate, just like Jiang Nailin. Kill. A golden yin-yang diagram appeared. Yin and yang flowed, and the world changed within it. In the depths of the golden yin-yang diagram, the figure of a young man appeared. This person was Jiang Nalan. He had just been shattered by heaven's will, but now he had appeared again. The golden yin-yang diagram turned everything golden, turning the universe into a pure gold universe. He controlled the golden yin-yang diagram and charged into the sky, seizing the heaven's eye. Infinite universe, heaven's will enters. The entire capital city trembled as a domineering and mighty voice rang out. A gigantic violet dragon soared into the sky from the depths of the imperial city and charged towards the heaven's eye. However, the heaven's eye did not resist it this time. Instead, it gave the violet dragon much more light. The violet dragon flew higher and higher, becoming clearer and clearer, and its power also increased. This is the Great Gan dynasty. Everyone in the royal family is currently praying. All their energy and spirit are gathered together, turning into this purple dragon, hoping that the heavens will bless them. Indeed, the heavens will is supporting them. This heavens will be reflected on everyone. So each disciple of the imperial family will receive quite a bit of benefits. The little emperor said, "What a strong purple dragon. It is comparable to a vision domain expert." Jiangli didn't move at all and didn't dare release any energy fluctuations. Under the little emperor's protection, he was fine. Jiang Nalan's golden yin-yang diagram swept over, and even the heaven's eye and the purple dragon were about to be wrapped within it. But the purple dragon bared its fangs and claws as it fought the golden yin-yang diagram. Two experts fought. One was a vision domain expert, and the other was supported by the heaven's will. When they clashed, the earth shook and heaven tore apart. Each time the golden energy and purple dragon energy clashed, it was like a sky full of flower rain. Evil demon died. Evil demon, hand over your life. Suddenly, two voices became even louder, covering the entire battlefield. The war god that had been defeated by the heavens will appear once more. At the same time, a priest appeared beside the war god. This priest was very young, but there was a whirlpool behind him. There are thousands of worlds in the whirlpool, changing quickly. Another vision domain expert from the cultivation world. The moment the two experts appeared, they attacked Jiang Nalan and the Western vision domain expert with the golden cross. Then they went to grab the heaven's eye and the purple dragon. The climax is coming. The little emperor said, more and more experts will join the battlefield, and they will all fight for the heaven's will. Let's see what happens at the end. Chapter 256. 4 vision domain realm experts had appeared. Jiang Nalan, the western side of the Golden Cross, and the 2 vision domain realm experts of the cultivation world. One was a Taoist, and the other was a war god. 4 vision domain realm experts. Each one of them was a heaven-shaking existence. Now that they were attacking each other and the heavens will in the sky, the might they created was enough to flatten the entire big dry empire. It was a pity that this giant energy was trapped in the capital and could not spread out. This was the power of the heaven's will. Heaven and earth reversal. Sun, moon, god, monarch. Jiang Nalan finally released her might once again. Dense incantations appeared around her. These incantations were all twisted energy that suddenly spread out in all directions, wanting to destroy the entire big dry empire. This was the true sun, moon, god, monarch incantation. Once the incantations appeared, flower petals rained down from the sky. Pong, 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 pong. The incantations fell down and actually broke through the defenses, landing on the bodies of the 6 meditative realm cultivators. The cultivators' bodies exploded, and they even let out pitiful cries. In an instant, the 6 meditative realm cultivators had all fallen. This was the might of Jiang Nalan. Originally, one of the 7 meditative realm cultivators had died, but now 6 of them had been killed by Jiang Nalan. All the essence of these 6 fell into the ground and was absorbed by the great emperor's relic. No one knew that the little emperor had set up a large altar here, borrowing the power of the great emperor's relic to absorb the souls and mental energy of the fallen to replenish himself. This was the power of the great dream barrier and the mother empress, as well as the great emperor's relic. Ah, Jiangli immediately felt the surging mental energy from the depths of the great emperor's relic. It was like a large river surging over. This was the mental energy of the 6 meditative realm cultivators. Although it was only a small portion, it still made the mental energy in his mind stronger and stronger. Woo woo woo. He forgot everything at this moment as he was completely immersed in the growth of his mental energy. He used the great emperor's heart seal and large amounts of mental energy condensed in his mind. The original 4 large stars suddenly condensed into a new one. 5 stars, 6 stars, 7 stars. In the end, 7 big stars condensed in Jiang Li's spiritual sea like the Big Dipper, slowly rotating. His spiritual power was still at the constant state, but he had already condensed 7-dimensional units. This was simply shocking. The average embryonic, breathing, realm-strong practitioner had mental energy from 1 to 3-dimensional units. Even if he was a genius, he would only be able to reach 5 units. If he wanted to improve his mental strength, he would have to comprehend the 2nd level, the realm of divine breath. Then, his mental strength would increase by 5 to 10 levels, or even higher. In other words, just based on the density of his mental energy, Jiang Li was already at the divine breath realm. Kill! At this moment, in the depths of the sky, another iron fist appeared. This iron fist broke through the vault of heaven and directly blasted towards the west where the 4 meditative masters of the human race were. The 4 great Western sects were caught off guard and exploded into white light. Earth's Caucasian powerhouse had also died. After the iron fist appeared, another ancestor appeared. It was a supreme ancestor in the vision domain. This person was a large fellow who hid in the shadows. He suddenly took action, wiping out human experts. Good. Little Emperor roared again. The cells in his body flickered, and the ground was crystallized. After the 4 great Western sects experts died, their power entered his body, allowing him to unlock countless genes of the Queen Mother. Jiang Li received a huge boost from his mental energy again. There was another big star in his mind. Now, he had 8-dimensional mental energy. At this moment, there were already 5 vision domain elders in the sky. They were fighting each other while simultaneously releasing their power to suppress the will of heaven. However, the heaven's eye formed by the will of heaven was getting stronger and stronger. It actually suppressed the power of the 5 elders. Jiang Li's body trembled as he watched. He was very excited. Rumble. At this moment, in the depths of the sky, a big hand appeared again. In the depths of the big hand, there was a Caucasian with golden hair and blue eyes. This Caucasian was also a vision domain expert. It was obvious that he was a human from Earth. It was unknown which invincible existence he was. Once he appeared, the big hand was dozens of square kilometers wide and fiercely grabbed at the heaven's eye in the depths of the sky. Looking closely, this big hand wasn't a big hand, but numerous energy angels that formed an angel flood. The angel flood transformed into a giant hand that grabbed the heaven's eye. Palipala. When the countless angels got close to the heaven's eye, they suddenly exploded. They were shaken by the power of the heaven's eye and couldn't get close at all. Jiang Nailin, why aren't you using your ultimate weapon? Use the God Extermination Shuttle that you obtained. The Western Angel Flood exploded and immediately roared. The wind blew and clouds surged, causing the surroundings to change color. Humph! Jiang Nailin coldly snorted. Don't forget what you promised me. No problem, we swear. The 2 vision domain realm experts suddenly roared. Jiang Nailin, quickly, they have reinforcements. Rumble. At this moment, 2 black holes appeared in the sky. 2 large hands reached out from the black holes, and they were filled with the mark of the cultivation world. Unexpectedly, 2 more ancestors from the cultivation world had come to show their divinity. Until now, the cultivation world had a total of 5 experts, vision domain realm experts. On the human side, there were 2 Westerners as well as Jiang Nailin. Humph! Jiang Nailin coldly snorted at this moment. A black hole suddenly opened, and a black shuttle-shaped magic treasure flew out. This magic treasure didn't look big, but when it flew out, It was like a giant battleship. Hong Heiyu's battleship couldn't even compare to one in 10,000 of it. It was giant, being over 10 kilometers long. It was extremely fast, and when it appeared, an incomparable pressure actually opened the seal on heaven's will. Go! Explode! Jiang Nailan only said 2 words. South. This giant shuttle-shaped magic treasure flew out and smashed into the heavens will eye. Rumble. Giant black holes appeared one after another, and countless meteors fell from the sky. The entire Emperor Star seemed to be hit by a meteor shower. This time, the entire capital city trembled, and almost all of the buildings collapsed. Even Zhongli coughed up a mouthful of blood. Although his life force was strong, he couldn't handle the power of a meteor crashing into a planet. At this moment, under his observation, many people in the city turned to dust. They didn't even have time to scream before they all turned to dust. Once lively lives, scholars, women, merchants, soldiers, farmers, officials, they all turned to dust. This was the power of destroying the world. The giant shuttle-shaped magic treasure had the power to destroy heaven and earth. The Imperial City's Heaven and Earth Infinite Map has appeared, Little Emperor said solemnly. As expected, when Zhongli looked over, the purple aura surrounding the Imperial City had already dispersed, revealing a huge picture. And in the depths of the picture, there were many Imperial City palaces built. Unfortunately, after this earthquake, many of them seemed to have been destroyed. Heaven and Earth Infinite Map was a grotto heaven-level magic treasure that formed its own space. However, under the collision of Jiang Nailan's magic treasure and the heaven's will, it could only shatter. The heaven's eye in the sky actually cracked when it was hit. However, the heaven's eye seemed to be angry and its gaze exploded. The shuttle-shaped magic treasure immediately evaporated. Good, amazing. It really is the planet's will, the heaven's will. My magic treasure was refined by a vision spirit realm ancestor. Although it shook the heaven's will, it melted right away. The heaven's will is really strong, stronger than us. Jiang Nailan roared again and again. Quick, I've broken this heaven's will. Before it recovers, seal it. Attack. Kill. At this moment, even the 5 ancestors couldn't take it anymore. They didn't care about fighting with the humans on Earth and attacked the heavens with all their strength. At the same time, Jiang Nailan and the 2 Westerners attacked first. The power of the 8 experts exploded at the same time and struck the sky. Instantly, the sky collapsed, and in an instant, it was chaotic. Zhongli couldn't see or hear anything. He could only feel the space around him shattering. After that, the entire imperial capital no longer existed. 10,000 years of hard work had turned into nothingness. However, there was a constant flow of mental energy into his sea of consciousness. This was the result of many experts falling in battle. The spiritual energy was absorbed by Little Thearka's barrier. Not only did it enter Little Thearka's body, a portion of it also entered his body. His spiritual energy was in the 8th dimension, and it was rapidly increasing. 9, 10. It was only after advancing 2 dimensions that it finally stabilized. He didn't know which experts had fallen. In the depths of his mind, 10 stars floated and shone on his body and the surroundings. Not only that, he could even see outside to observe the various changes in the chaos. Roar. He seemed to hear the 8 saints fighting in the depths of the sky, and then another powerful force tore through the sky. It was the human saints who had come to reinforce him. He didn't know which saint it was. At this moment, the heavens will in the sky became even more berserk. How long? He felt countless electric charges surging in thunder and lightning all around him. The heavens will had summoned all kinds of electric charges in an attempt to kill so many saints. Unfortunately, the saints were still saints. There were a total of 9 saints now. Even the heavens will couldn't withstand all of their attacks. The heavens will has gone berserk. Little the Arch roared. The chance is here. I will activate the Grand Emperor's relic. The heavens will is my heart. When the heavens will is at its weakest, it will automatically side with me. At this moment, he formed a strange seal. In the sky, the heavens will suddenly trembled, unleashing 9 bolts of lightning. These bolts of lightning actually created 9 black holes, causing space to collapse and even time to distort. The lightning bolts accurately struck the bodies of the 9 saints. This was the backlash of the heaven's will. Roar! Jiang Nalan roared. Clearly, she had been attacked by the heaven's will and was injured. The other saints let out muffled groans, and their minds were in chaos. Clearly, they were also injured. However, the heaven's will in the sky suddenly weakened. Like a receding tide, its ability to interfere with the surrounding energy was greatly reduced. Dream of 1,000 autumns. What year is it today? Little Tharch was in high spirits at this moment. His entire body was in the deepest state. The heavens will is my heart. Heaven's will, bless me and open the gate to the chaos realm for you. Hold. Jiangli almost fell to the ground involuntarily because he felt the entire sky collapse and crazily surge toward little Thearka's body. Success! As expected, the attraction of the gate to the chaos realm is irresistible to the heaven's will. Little Tharch said excitedly. Chapter 257. We actually succeeded. Jiangli couldn't believe that Little Tharch had stolen heaven's will. He had thought that there was no hope at all because there were too many experts here today. Saints appeared one after another. The cultivation world and the human world's higher-ups had all been mobilized. No matter how powerful he and Little Tharch were, they couldn't snatch food from the tiger's mouth. But now, they had actually succeeded. Was this a blessing from the heavens, or was the little emperor's magical power boundless, and there was an unfathomable mystery? No matter what, they had succeeded. Jiangli felt powerful mental energy pouring into his head. His mental energy skyrocketed again. This time, it was definitely different from before. He had absorbed a lot of mental energy and had already reached 10-dimensional units. But now, the increase almost instantly exceeded 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It was still growing. This kind of increase in mental energy made even Jiang Li's heart tremble. The large stars in the depths of his mind kept increasing. His primordial spirit and spirit shone brightly. This was because with every large star added, it meant that he had a deeper understanding of the world. Ignorant people had no light in the depths of their minds. They couldn't see the world clearly and couldn't see themselves clearly. On the other hand, wise people were like the Buddha recorded in the Buddhist scriptures. They shone brightly and illuminated the infinite world. Amitabha was also known as the Buddha of infinite light. It meant that wisdom could illuminate the infinite world and enlighten people. All cultivators would have light in the depths of their minds. They would be able to understand everything in the Tao in front of them more clearly. The stronger the mental energy, the clearer the Tao and the clearer the control of the world. Mental energy was used to control the body, the world, and even the heart. It was the root of everything. Rumble. The depths of Jiang Li's mind were impacted again. 1516, 17, 18. It was even 20-dimensional units. In the end, it only stabilized after reaching 20-dimensional units. It stopped growing. In his mind, the 20 large stars kept circulating and some pictures of the starry sky appeared. Jiang Li felt that not only could his mental energy observe his entire body, cells, genes, and even molecules, but it could also spread out and form a barrier in many places around him. Under the shroud of his mental energy, nothing invisible would be able to penetrate it. This was the light mandala. It was rumored that there was a radiant mandala barrier around Vairocana, and anyone who cultivated around him would be infected by the barrier. This was a kind of spiritual barrier. Jiang Li even touched many dimensions. He felt the mysteries of many dimensions. Some dimensions were very lonely, some were filled with energy, and some even had matter in them. At the same time, there were also violent energies in some dimensions, such as water, fire, wind, thunder, light, dark metal, wood, or some dimensions were even filled with spirit chi that humans yearned for very much. His spirit extended endlessly. At this moment, he finally understood the secrets of the Grand Emperor's heart seal. Now, it was time to cultivate the Grand Emperor's mortal seal. The epiphany and the surge in his psyche happened in an instant. Little Monarch's voice rang in his ears. Wormhole open, invisible and formless. Innate godly escape. 1,000-year dream. Instantly, a space-time wormhole appeared. This wormhole was very small, just enough for the Grand Emperor's relic to pass through. The space in the Grand Emperor Serira opened, sucking everyone inside. Then, the wormhole collapsed, and they vanished. This instantaneous change was so miraculous that no one would notice they had already left. When Zhongli left, he saw that the entire world was in chaos. Many people roared, "Heavens will escape. Where is Heaven's will?" Roar. A Tai Chi diagram swept across the sky, as if it wanted to take over everything. This was Jiang Nalin's roar. Zhongli smiled and left. When he appeared again, he found himself in Hong Heiyu's base, on a tower deep in the archipelago. "Let's go." The Grand Emperor Serira opened, and Zhongli jumped out. He saw Hong Heiyu standing there, shrouded in a strange aura, as if he had obtained the Origin Chi. "Congratulations, teacher, on reaching the Origin Chi level." Zhongli was overjoyed. Once Hong Heiyu reached the Origin Chi level, he would be the #1 person in Star Sky University under the principal. Little Emperor has finally succeeded. Hong Heiyu didn't reply to Zhongli and just stared at the Queen Mother Egg. The entire Queen Mother Egg started to expand, spreading crystals outwards. Space started to twist. Countless wormholes surrounded the island, and powerful spiritual energy surged in. A thick fog appeared in the air. Long Tianlang and the others didn't know what was happening, but when they breathed in, their mouths were full of saliva. This is spiritual energy. Spiritual energy actually turned into a thick fog and seeped out from the second dimension. I have already successfully taken over the Emperor Star's will. Of course, a portion of it is still inside the planet, and it hasn't completely shown itself. I took over 1/5 of the planet's will, but it is enough. Little Emperor said in the Queen Mother Egg. Now, I need to go into closed-door cultivation and completely melt the planets to unlock the Queen Mother technology tree. The Queen Mother is me, and I am the Queen Mother. The two of us will become one. The planets will have the ability to create things, so I can completely revive after fusing with it. Once I finish, I will be at the Vision Domain realm and can sweep the world. Good. Zhongli shouted excitedly. Once you show your divinity, I will have a backer. Jiang Nalin won't be able to do anything to me. Jiang Nalin does have some skill, but I need to go into closed-door cultivation for a long time. I don't know how long it will take for me to completely merge with the heaven's will and revive. During this time, I won't be able to help you much. Moreover, this great Emperor relic needs a long time for my help, so you won't be able to use it during this time. I need to use the chaotic intent to attract the heaven's will and merge with it. Little Emperor said, I won't be able to protect you during this time, so you have to be careful. Don't worry. After the heaven's will, my spiritual energy has already increased to 20 dimensions. Zhongli wasn't afraid at all. With this kind of strength, I won't be afraid of anyone finding trouble with me. What? Your spiritual energy has actually broken through to 20 dimensions. Heavens! This is the stable realm, so it shouldn't be considered normal. Long Tianlang almost fell to the ground. Yes, it will catch up to me soon. Hong Heiyu said admiringly, I have advanced to mixed origin breath, so my spiritual energy is about 25 dimensions and my vitality is 64. Just like Qin Tianshu back then, but this time, the great Qin Empire was destroyed. Qin Tianshu also lost his foundation and became a stray dog. I have already sent out a message to ask him to seek refuge with me, if he has nowhere else to go. My base will provide him with protection. If we take in a native, what if someone finds out? Zhongli was a little uneasy. It's okay, Little Emperor said. For now on, I have unlocked a lot of my Queen Mother. I will gradually transform this base into a half-plane. The Queen Mother itself is a large base, and if it merges with the great Emperor relic, it will be even more mysterious. No one will be able to discover it. When I come out of closed-door cultivation and completely revive, I will control the Queen Mother and the great Emperor relic to form a technology that surpasses humans. When that time comes, I'll be able to leave the human world and pilot the Queen Mother battleship to explore the mysteries of the universe. If that's the case, I will listen to your arrangements. Zhongli rubbed his hands excitedly. What should I do next? Just continue cultivating. You have also obtained a part of the heavenly will origin. From now on, your cultivation will be unstoppable. Especially on the Emperor Star, it will be very easy to cultivate, and you will absorb spiritual energy faster than others. Little Emperor said, I have already taught you all the cultivation methods of the Great Emperor's 9 seals. Your spiritual energy is enough now, so just cultivate in the base and absorb spiritual energy to temper your body. The base was slowly changing. The island, with a radius of hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, started to change. Everything was shrouded in mist, and then with a flash, it disappeared. This was the power of space and time. It was also the power of heaven's will, just like many mysterious areas on Earth, like the Bermuda Triangle. The Queen Mother and this blessed land merged and gradually formed a half-plane. In other words, it was a space similar to a paradise. Of course, the power of the Great Emperor relic was also part of it. As a result, this wonderful base was formed. In the base, there was mist everywhere, and it was all liquid spiritual energy. The density was not 1,000 times, but 10,000 times. Because Little Emperor had obtained heaven's will, he had the ability to modify the blessed land on the Emperor's Star. Because of this, the spiritual energy seeped out from the second dimension and condensed into mist. This way, even ordinary people could absorb it. Zhongli took a deep breath. He felt that every breath was like absorbing a few grams of spiritual stones. The spiritual energy in his body couldn't gather anymore, and it was hard to digest. Zhongli, your cultivation isn't just about absorbing spiritual energy. At this stage, you need to refine and refine spiritual energy. Use your spiritual energy and the Great Emperor Seal to refine the spiritual energy and turn it into spiritual flames to burn your body. Step by step, you will train your body, flesh, bones, organs, and brain. Cultivate the body of the Great Emperor to small success. Little Emperor guided. I see. Zhongli formed seals with both hands, and his thoughts flickered. There were all kinds of changes of water, fire, wind, and thunder. His spiritual energy suddenly exploded and gathered a large mass of thick mist together, turning it into a ball of water in the air. The ball of water was highly compressed, and then it suddenly burst into flames. This was actually the technique of the mixed essence breath realm. There were 3 realms of the embryonic breathing realm. The first realm was psyche breath. The second realm was divine breath. The third realm was mixed essence breath. And the last realm was to use strong spiritual energy to turn the spiritual energy into spiritual flames and burn it. This spiritual flame would temper the body, making it as strong as glazed vajra. Although Zhongli wasn't in the embryonic breathing realm, his spiritual energy was too strong. Now, he could gather the liquid spiritual energy in the air and turn it into spiritual flames. The flames burned fiercely, then turned into fire snakes that burrowed in and out of Zhongli's body. Every time it burrowed, it would bring out a lot of impurities. Black dust was some of the trash in Zhongli's body. Gradually, his body began to undergo a qualitative change. Chapter 258. Zhongli's body of the Great Emperor was at minor completion. Under the burning of the spirit fire, his body changed. Sometimes it shone, sometimes it was like jade, and sometimes it was like metal, buzzing like a silkworm eating mulberry leaves. His life force was also rising. Large amounts of spiritual energy were condensed into spirit fire that poured into his body, providing energy and turning into flesh and blood. It purified the impurities in his body, purified his body, and evolved his life. His life force was also rising. 14, 15, 16, 20. In the next month, he cultivated in the base, absorbing the spiritual mist in the depths of the base. His cultivation speed was like a rocket. Of course, This was also the result of his mental power rising. Mental power unlocked many mysteries of the body's genes. He modified the genes according to the body of the great emperor, and his body gradually became non-human. A month later, there was a sudden roar. Zhongli woke up from his meditation. His body exploded, and he circulated his qigong. Immediately, the wind and clouds around him surged. He opened his mouth, and a white light shot out a kilometer. Everywhere it went, it was like metal being cut. Long Tianlang and the others were excited when they came out of the base. Little the Arch was still in seclusion. Hong Heiyu was in seclusion too. Although he had broken through to mixed origin breath, he was trying to break through to the meditative realm. The Mother Empress had absorbed the heaven's will, and he had gained many benefits. Although mixed origin breath was a big figure, only in the meditative realm could one truly become a high-level figure of the human race. Zhongli could imagine that in the near future, the Mother Empress would hatch, Little the Arch would reach prominent divinity, Hong Heiyu would reach meditative realm, and all sorts of technology would appear. The Red Emperor Corporation would earn a lot of money and would be able to surpass the Jiang family. Although the Jiang family had Jiang Nalan, he had Little the Arch and the Mother Empress, which was enough to destroy the Sun Moon Corporation. He would be one of the overlords of the human race and control human civilization. Just thinking about it made him excited. His future was bright. My life force has reached 20. Zhongli let go of his limbs and moved around with satisfaction. He casually jumped on the surface of the sea and stood steadily, walking on the waves. The strength of his casual breathing was equivalent to that of a jet fighter. Even a house would collapse if he blew out of breath. Congratulations, young Master Li. Your vitality is really strong. Long Tianlang exclaimed in admiration from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, he already knew everything that had happened. He secretly praised himself for being clear-headed. Now that he had found a powerful backer, his family would definitely benefit from it in the future. The Long family did not have any vision domain realm experts. Once they relied on a vision domain expert, they wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing in the future. To be able to steal the will of the heavens in front of everyone, what kind of divine ability was this? Moreover, Zhang Li's potential far exceeded his. His vitality was actually 20. Not only that, but his spiritual power had also reached 20 dimensions, which was terrifying. What kind of concept was the spiritual power of 20 dimensions? It was 20 times more than his. With just a thought, he would completely become a walking corpse. The key was that Zhongli was still Chongding and had not reached the embryonic breathing realm. Once he advanced to the embryonic breathing realm, he would most likely be invincible among those in the same realm as him. This is just a small portion of the will of the heavens. I didn't cultivate it myself. Zhongli glanced at Long Tianlang and suddenly frowned. That's right, the agreement I made with the people from the 36 Hua cities was a month later. Now that 2 months have passed, will those people attack my family? He had forgotten about this matter. Originally, once Little Emperor stole the will of the heavens, he wanted to go home immediately. However, because he was in a hurry to cultivate and consolidate his cultivation, he actually forgot about the matters at home. This was because the battle was too thrilling. It should be fine. Now that the humans have started to spread the news that they have conquered the Emperor's Star, I don't know who leaked the news about the Emperor's Stars through the media. It has caused a huge sensation in the human news, even more so than your sun and moon essence incident. Long Tianlang said, "Look at the news. There are many special reports on the battle between the human saints and the otherworld saints. The 4 meditative realm experts of the humans have fallen, and the will of the heavens has been stolen by a mysterious person." Zhongli hurriedly opened the photon computer microchip, and sure enough, it was filled with news. The humans have completely conquered the Emperor's Star, defeated the native cultivators, and obtained a large amount of wealth. A mysterious expert appeared and stole the will of the Emperor's Star. Or will he become a threat to the humans? The human saint Jiang Nalan lost. Jiang Nalan failed to steal the will of the heavens. The will of the heavens was stolen by a mysterious expert. The mysterious expert might be a human expert. Jiang Nailin suffered a backlash from the will of the heavens and was severely injured. This news spread everywhere, and there was news on every website. Some people even took pictures and posted what the capital of the Qin Empire looked like after it had been turned into ruins. There were also pictures of the human army entering the Qin Empire to plunder wealth and capture slaves for scientific experiments and research. Countless people on the internet praised and condemned. There were even human rights organizations that spoke out against the atrocities of the government army. They said that they could accept the people of the Qin Empire as normal citizens and that they could enjoy the same treatment as normal people. The government could not invade other intelligent life forms. Zhongli had mixed feelings. In all fairness, it was the law of the jungle in the universe for humans to invade and plunder resources. However, the customs of the Qin Empire were similar to those of ancient Huaxia. Those people were warm, cheerful, and lived in peace and contentment. Now that the country had fallen, Zhongli also had a compassionate heart, but he couldn't make any decisions. He could only adjust his mood and live a better life. Since this news has spread all over the world, then the big shots of the 36 Hua cities must know something too. But I still have to go back. Zhongli thought for a moment. These people still expect the Jiang family to give them some benefits. I think Jiang Nailin didn't seize the will of the heavens and instead suffered a backlash from the will of the heavens. She's also severely injured. He went to the Star Sky University with Long Tianlang and the others to submit the mission and then return to Earth. As soon as he returned to Earth, he went to see how his father's research was going. He found that with the Moses optical computer, his father's research had new discoveries almost every day. He was also researching on spirit rice, but he was researching how to plant plants on Earth and then absorb the essence of the sun and moon to condense into fruits that contain the essence of the sun and moon. The success of this research immediately solved the problem of mass production. It solved the current dilemma. Although the research on the essence of the sun and moon was successful, there was a major problem, and that was that the production base was occupied by the Jiang family. If they went to court, it could drag on for hundreds of years. Therefore, although Jiang Zhendong produced the real essence of the sun and moon and obtained the patent, he couldn't mass produce it. He said that he would contribute the patent to the country, which was actually a blow to the Jiang family's presidential campaign. If they could research a plant that could absorb the essence of the sun and moon, then this problem would be solved. It would help the humans on Earth, especially the 36 Hua cities, by leaps and bounds. Zhongli gave some information about Little Darch unlocking the technology tree of the Queen Mother to his father. Instantly, his father was so happy that he couldn't sleep. He started researching day and night. Now, Jiang Zhendong was full of energy and had improved a lot compared to before. When Zhongli asked, he found out that his younger brother, Jiang Tao, had brought back some pills from the cultivation world for their father, which greatly improved their father's physical fitness and lifespan. Of course, his mother and sister both benefited a lot. The whole family was now in excellent health. "Mom, have we encountered any trouble in the past 2 months?" Zhongli asked. "No trouble. The representatives of the 36 Hua cities are still supporting us." His mother thought for a moment. "I also saw the news. It seems that Jiang Nailin from the Jiang family was injured. This is a good thing for us. Your sister recently took a test, and her vitality score was 3. 3 vitality," Zhongli said in surprise. "She's not only the number 1 in the 36 Hua cities, but also the number 1 high school student on Earth." Back then, Meng Xingyun's vitality was only 3, and he was the number 1 high school student on Earth. Now, that Jiang Xian was 3, what else could it be other than number 1? But it was hard to say, because the quality of human beings improved every year, and the quality of the examinees also improved every year. This year, there were many experts. The reason why Jiang Xian was so powerful was because Jiang Tao brought a lot of good things for the cultivation world. It seemed that his brother also had a great adventure. "Your sister will have no problem getting into Starry Sky University," his mother said excitedly. "But she still has to work hard to get first. Our family of 5 is really promising now. I'm just worried about one thing. You're the eldest in the family, and you're already 20 years old. You should find a girlfriend and get married soon. I want to hold grandchildren. Mom, I'm getting married now. Jiangli was shocked. I'm not even of legal age. You have to find a girlfriend, right? Right. I think Luohan and Sharon aren't bad. Which one do you like? Mom, let's not talk about this. Jiangli waved his hand hurriedly. At this moment, Wang Changrong's thoughts appeared in his mind. Jiangli, you're back. I'm about to advance to the embryonic breathing realm. You can come and observe. What? Advance to the embryonic breathing realm? Jiangli's body trembled. To be honest, he had never seen anyone advance to the embryonic breathing realm. If he could observe directly, it would be very beneficial for his advancement. It should be known that his vitality was now 20, and his spiritual energy was in the 20th dimension. It had already far surpassed the normal embryonic breathing realm, but he was still far from condensing the fetus of the great. He had to accumulate resources. This is a shock, Wang Changrong said. I've already called all the members of the 36 Hua cities to come and observe. You can interact with them. Also, I have something important to ask you. I'll be right there. Jiangli immediately set off. Long Tianlang and the rest didn't follow. They had all been sent by Jiangli to the black market to interact with the big shots from various areas. Many groups were now stationed in the black market, so there had to be important people to interact with the big shots of these groups. Long Tianlang and the rest were very important. Compared to Jiangli, they were much more important in the eyes of many of the big shots. They were the best choice to open up business channels. Jiangli immediately rushed to the center of the island. On top of an altar-like building, Wang Changrong sat cross-legged. Beside him were many members of the 36 Hua cities. Behind Wang Changrong was a holy statue. It was only as tall as a person and had a friendly face like a big brother next door. That was Wang Chao. Chapter 259. Wang Changrong's advancement to the embryonic breathing realm was a big deal. It was also a big deal for the 36 Hua cities. All the experts and counselors came to watch, especially Zhu Yuanshang, Chun Gang, and the other experts among the counselors. They originally had Chongding cultivation, but it was impossible for them to advance to the embryonic breathing realm, so they came to watch, hoping to get a chance. Now, any chance was their life-saving straw. Jiangli, you're back. Zhu Yuanshang and the other counselors saw Jiangli appear, and their faces were very ugly. They wanted to say something, but stopped. These people looked very worried. Finally, Zhu Yuanshang couldn't help but ask, something big happened on the Emperor's star. Jiang Nalin and the human saint didn't manage to seize the planet's willpower, but the saint from the cultivation world didn't manage to seize it either. Did the strong existence behind you seize it? He didn't speak, but it was the fluctuation of his mental energy. Humph! Jiangli snorted coldly. It's good that you know what's going on. I didn't admit it. Now my attitude is clear. Since you support the Jiang clan, then go ahead and support them. Let's see if the Jiang clan can bring you benefits. Jiangli was originally a little worried about the 36 Hua cities supporting the Jiang clan in the presidential election, but now it wasn't a problem at all. Xiao Di would completely recover after a period of time. By then, what was there to be afraid of? At most, he could bear it for now and sell all his properties or even destroy them. He wouldn't hesitate. As long as there's life, there's hope. With Xiao Di advancing to the prominent divine stage, what wealth wouldn't he have in the future? Don't be like this, brother Jiangli. The Jiang clan seems to be regretting it now. This time, I heard rumors that Jiang Nalin didn't succeed in seizing Heaven's will. Instead, she was attacked by Heaven's will. Then, she was besieged by a group of prominent divine stage elders from the cultivation world, and her injuries worsened. Yuanshang said, just last month, we went to contact the Jiang clan again, hoping that they would give us the benefits they promised. However, they used all sorts of excuses and were very unwilling. I knew that there was definitely a big problem. Of course, Jiang Nalin didn't manage to seize the Heaven's will, and was even heavily injured. Naturally, the benefits you promised her would be ruined. Jiangli laughed coldly in his heart. In fact, he knew that last month was the 1-month deadline. This group of people couldn't get the Wang family's promise, so they must have gone to the Jiang family, hoping to get some benefits. However, the Jiang family was in a mess now, so why would they care about them? However, it was not hard to imagine that once the Jiang family agreed to their conditions, these people would definitely launch a large-scale attack on the Scarlet Emperor Corporation. He could see that these people were not reliable at all. He still had to rely on himself. By the way, Brother Jiangli, your vitality is so strong. Suddenly, Zhu Yuanshang shuddered. He seemed to discover that Jiang Li's aura was much stronger than his own. He couldn't tell how much Jiang Li had. Jiang Li smiled and did not reply. Jiang Li, I am about to advance to the embryonic breathing realm. Let out a long whistle to liven things up for me. Use the sound of thunder. At this moment, Wang Chongrong suddenly opened his eyes. No problem. Jiang Li's body leaped and was already in midair. He casually controlled the airflow and stood steadily. Now, his flesh was comparable to a battleship. When he breathed in and out, chi waves tore buildings apart. This realm had long surpassed the average embryonic breathing realm expert. If the average embryonic breathing realm expert, such as Long Tianlang, were to fight with him now, he could tear the opponent's sacred embryo apart with his flesh without using his spiritual energy. This was the power of the body of the great emperor after the small success. So strong. How did he become so strong all of a sudden? The members of the 36 Hua cities were all knowledgeable. When they saw Jiang Li soar into the sky, a long white rainbow appeared under his feet. That was chi waves. They couldn't help but know that this person's vitality far surpassed everyone else's, especially Chun Gang, who was covered in cold sweat. He had investigated Jiang Li very clearly. He knew that although this person was a genius, his vitality was at most 10. Now, it had actually greatly exceeded his expectations. When Jiang Li was here 2 months ago, his vitality was indeed 10, at most 11 to 12. But now, he is simply unbeatable. What exactly is going on? The higher the vitality, the harder it is to advance. His current vitality, if I am not wrong, should be more than 20. What is going on? Even if he takes any panacea, he can't reach this level. Gang suddenly had a thought. Could it be that the person behind him has really obtained the Emperor's star as well? Rumble. At this moment, in the depths of the sky, there was a huge thunderclap. The wind blew and the clouds surged. It was not a natural phenomenon. Jiang Li was in midair. He suddenly let out a long roar. Suddenly, countless thunderclaps were emitted from his body. The thunderclaps contained strong mental energy. They suddenly enveloped the area. Almost everyone could see that the depths of the sky were densely packed with thunder and lightning. These were not real thunder and lightning, but illusions and boundaries created by Jiang Li's mental energy. Chun Gang looked up and saw that the whole world had completely become a world of thunder and lightning. Big thunderclaps shook down, bombarding his whole body until it was numb. This is a mental boundary. He was so shocked that he could not speak. I am completely trapped in this mental boundary. I can't get out of it. How strong is this person's mental energy? Then, he looked at Zhu Yuanshang, who was also in the same state. All the counselors were trapped in the same mental boundary. They looked at the world full of thunder and lightning in disbelief. They knew that it was fake, but they could not get out of it and see the real world. It was like a person having a nightmare. He knew that it was a dream, but he could not wake up. He continued to fall into the dream, unable to get out. So strong. Wang Chongrong roared. Jiang Li, you're too strong. This mental barrier far exceeds the embryonic breathing realm. After the advancement of the embryonic breathing realm, one's mental power is one-dimensional unit. Your current mental power has actually reached more than 10-dimensional units, or even more than 20-dimensional units. It looks like you've indeed received the favor of heaven's will. His mental energy is so strong. It is the blessing of heaven. These mental waves fell into the minds of the counselors one by one. Zhu Yuanshang was the first to see the light. As expected, he has obtained the blessing of heaven. Otherwise, he would not be so powerful. This person will soar to the sky in the future and will definitely be invincible. Terrifying, terrifying. A person in the embryonic breathing realm only has one-dimensional unit of mental energy. He actually has 20-dimensional units, and he is not even in the embryonic breathing realm. What realm is this? I have never heard of such a genius. Other than obtaining the will of the planet, there is no other explanation. Who is behind him? Chun Gang was so scared that his whole body was trembling. He was afraid of what he had thought in the past. Rumble. Wang Changrong's whole body emitted a strong power. He breathed in and out, rumbling and rotating like a dragon in the abyss. The airflow condensed into pieces and shone brightly. He started to increase the limit of his strength. At the same time, some spiritual stones around him turned into airflow and rushed into his body. He started to advance, breaking through to the embryonic breathing realm. Jiang Li, who was observing from the sky, also nodded. It was not because of Wang Changrong's mental energy, but because of the process of the embryonic breathing realm. At this juncture, one could comprehend the changes in the space of heaven and earth, the way of dimension, and discover the profound meaning of dimension. This was something he could not do. This was the ethereal opening. The so-called ethereal opening was dimension. The ancient ethereal opening was to discover the mystery of each dimension. Although Jiang Li's mental energy was strong, his realm was not high enough. He could not break through this layer, but Wang Changrong had done it. He observed the changes and realized that Wang Changrong's mental energy was fluctuating at a very fast frequency. It shrank into a ball and pierced into the depths of the void. Crack! It seemed to pierce through a layer of the world. Wang Changrong's whole body shook. Spiritual stones, turn into chi, nurture my body. Immediately, the spiritual stones piled up around him began to melt and be absorbed into his body. Above his head, a powerful energy flickered and gradually condensed into a faint human figure, like a ghost. All the spiritual stones were absorbed like rivers flowing into the sea. The faint human figure above his head became clearer and clearer. In the end, it turned into a beam of light and shrank into a 3-inch person. It was exactly the same as Wang Changrong. It stood with its hands behind its back, looking at the vast earth and feeling like it was the master of its ups and downs. The holy fetus had condensed. However, this holy fetus was still small. It was only a 3-inch person. Its power was not great, but it was still a holy fetus. In the future, as long as it absorbed energy, it could grow. In the end, it would become an existence that could overturn rivers and seas and move mountains. Generally speaking, it was impossible to form a holy fetus on Earth. This was because the moment the holy fetus formed, it had to absorb a large amount of spirit chi from the second dimension to create flesh and energy. However, there was no spirit chi in the second dimension around Earth. Therefore, the holy fetus would automatically absorb the essence of flesh and blood. In the end, it would suck itself into a mummy and be completely destroyed. This was also known as dying in a seated posture. In ancient times, there was a record that when a person achieved Tao and became an immortal, a baby would appear above his head and soar into the sky. His body would then wither. This was not actually ascension. It was a failure. In the end, the holy fetus would also disappear. This was the result of there being no spirit chi on Earth. Now, the reason why Wang Changrong could succeed was because of the help of spiritual stones. It's done. Jiang Li descended and laughed. Congratulations, Mr. Kurong. You have advanced to the embryonic breathing realm. This is a joyous occasion. You have leaped into the upper echelons of the human race. Based on your ability, if you report it, the human race will immediately give you the qualification to migrate to the elite zone. Embryonic, breathing, realm-strong practitioners had this privilege. What's so good about the elite zone? Wang Changrong was unmoved. Everywhere, there requires a large amount of capital and resources. Without money, it is difficult to migrate there. It is still more comfortable for me to stay in the 36 Hua cities. Although I have succeeded in the embryonic breathing realm, the holy fetus is still young and needs a large amount of energy and spirit chi to nourish it. For an expert in the embryonic breathing realm to grow, he had to absorb spirit chi or spiritual stones every day. Jiangli was a little silent. Now, he also lacked spiritual stones. Although the spirit chi in the base had all turned into liquid fog, the emperor's relic was wrapped in the queen mother's egg by the little emperor for practice. He had also lost this magical treasure, so he was unable to bring the resources from the emperor's star here. Chapter 260. Wang Changrong could see that Jiangli was having some difficulties, so he comforted him. Don't worry, the Wang clan can still provide me with a lot of spiritual stones. The Wang clan will definitely not give up on an embryonic breathing realm expert. At this moment, the representatives of the 36 Hua cities all came up to congratulate him. Congratulations, Mr. Ku Rong, for condensing the sacred fetus. From now on, you will be superior to others. Zhu Yuanshang was the first to come up. He was extremely envious. When could he reach such a realm one day? Unfortunately, it required spiritual comprehension. The older he was, the lower the chance of success. Everyone, have you comprehended anything? Wang Changrong smiled. Actually, the embryonic breathing realm is very simple. You just have to comprehend the void with your mental energy and break through the barriers between dimensions. You have to use your formless mental energy to permeate a limited space. My comprehension is nothing. When Jiangli comprehends the embryonic breathing realm in the future, it will be earth-shattering. Even if I comprehend the embryonic breathing realm now, his spiritual power is 20 times mine. As expected, Chen Gang confirmed this matter. Mr. Ku Rong, do you want to hold a press conference to show that you have advanced to the embryonic breathing realm? Zhu Yuanshang asked carefully. With such an embryonic breathing realm expert, the status of the 36 Hua cities would be greatly improved. No need. Wait until my embryonic breathing realm is stable. Wang Changrong glanced at the representatives present. Everyone disperse. I will find a chance to explain to you how to advance to the embryonic breathing realm. I came from suffering and practice step by step, from the big stable state to the regular stable state, then to the embryonic breathing realm. Every step was as firm as a rock. I have already understood some of the highest mysteries of the embryonic breathing realm. If I explain it to you, you will definitely obtain achievements and resources. Thank you, thank you. The 36 representatives were instantly very happy. Usually, no one in the embryonic breathing realm would explain the mysteries of this aspect to them. Then, we will leave first. Zhu Yuanshang and the others were about to leave. Suddenly, a voice came from afar. Wait. Everyone looked and saw a person alighting from a flying car. It was Jiang Zhendong. His face was full of joy as he called out to the crowd. Representatives, since you have come to the Red Emperor Group, why leave now? I have a research result that I would like to invite everyone to view. What scientific research success? Seeing Jiang Zhendong appear, Zhu Yuanshang and the others did not dare to neglect him. Not to mention that Jiang Zhendong was a great scientist. Zhang Li's strength and the forces behind him were obvious. To be honest, even if Zhu Yuanshang sided with the Jiang family and wanted to completely fall out with the Scarlet Emperor Corporation, he might not be able to destroy the entire corporation. You'll know when you come. Jiang Zhendong smiled and called for everyone to come to his huge laboratory. Metal doors opened one after another, and many energy barriers opened up. Finally, they entered the deepest part of the laboratory. The first thing that came into view was the energy blocks produced by the nuclear reactors. Jiang Zhendong's laboratory had the AI Moses, which required a large amount of energy. Just the energy consumed every day was an astronomical figure. Luckily, Jiangli had plundered the bases of the 5 people and gained a lot of wealth, especially Yang Taishan's base, which had enough funds for his father's research. At the very center of the base was Moses' AI. The AI of the Moses was a light sphere in the shape of a tentacle. The tentacles kept spreading outwards, using energy. Immediately, many energy robots appeared in the surroundings, researching, manufacturing, and carrying out various impacts on the particles. Under the control of the AI of the Moses, a plant appeared. This plant was very strange. Its roots were snow white, but the leaves were black and white. It looked like Tai Chi, but also like the sun and the moon. The genes inside it flowed, emitting a mysterious power. The counselors of the 36 Hua cities had never seen this plant before. The AI of the Moses. Zhu Yuanshang sighed. This is an AI that can't be bought with money. It's one of the highest level AI of the human race. If it's all turned on, all kinds of computing speed will be a miracle. Father, you succeeded. Zhongli looked at the plant and knew that his father had succeeded in the research of the spirit rice he gave to the Queen Mother. Relying on the AI of the Moses, he had created a plant that could absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. Yes, it's a revolutionary change for the entire human race. Jiang Zhendong's eyes flashed, unable to hide his excitement. This plant can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and bear fruit. It takes 3 months to mature. Just like rice, it doesn't need fertilizer and is planted in a special nutrient solution. Unfortunately, a plant that can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon and bear fruit? Is this true? Zhu Yuanshang roared, almost unable to believe it. Of course it's true. Jiang Zhendong glanced at Zhu Yuanshang. I've already reported and applied for a patent. Soon, the patent will be issued. When that time comes, I'll plant on a large scale and experiment on the sea. If I plant in the 36 Hua cities first, how much do you think the quality of the residents there will improve? If this plant is really successful and can be planted in the entire solar system, then the Sun and Moon group will be completely finished, Chun Gang murmured. And this is an overt plot. The Sun and Moon group can't interfere at all. The human government will also promote it. After all, Earth is the mother planet of humans. No matter who it is, they all have special feelings for Earth. The development of Earth is what everyone wants to see. Once this thing comes out, I'm afraid the upper echelons will be completely shocked. Yes, this is a revolutionary breakthrough. Jiang Zhendong looked at the plant. I named it Tai Chi rice. One black and one white. The sun and the moon, perfectly balanced. Symbolizing Tai Chi, it contains the purest essence of the sun and the moon. The nutrients in a grain of rice can play the strongest role in regulating the body. It's even more effective than taking the essence of the sun and the moon alone. If I'm not wrong, within 3 to 5 years, we will start promoting it in the 36 Hua cities. Our overall strength will far exceed that of many planets. Now, there are only a few dozen students in the 36 Hua cities who can get into Star Sky University every year. Within 3 to 5 years, the number will definitely increase tenfold or even tenfold. The strength of the Chinese will greatly increase. Indeed, this is a divine artifact, Zhu Yuanshang murmured. But you have to be careful. If this thing is publicized, I'm afraid some people will take the risk. Take the risk. I'll see who dares to come. Jiang Li snorted coldly. Even Jiang Nalan failed. Is there anyone stronger than him? In fact, his words were for the people in the 36 Hua cities to hear. There was no guarantee that some of these people would have bad intentions. But now that there was Wang Chongrong in charge, even if the army came, it would be useless. Moreover, it was a society ruled by law. No one could act recklessly. If this matter was publicized, Zhongli thought that the Red Emperor group would once again become a hot topic. The craze of the last research on the essence of the sun and moon had not yet subsided, but the aftermath of that sensation had gradually subsided. Because people knew that even if the essence of the sun and moon was successfully researched, with the interference of the sun and moon group, it would be impossible to mass-produce it and cause a sensation in society. And now, this was a real revolutionary breakthrough. Mr. Jiang Zhendong, on behalf of the 36 Hua cities, I thank you for your scientific research. After a moment of silence, Zhu Yuanshang came to his senses. He knew what this meant. Not only could his family be the first to enjoy the essence of the sun and moon, but he could also see that the entire Red Emperor group could make a huge leap in the next 3 to 5 years. It was not impossible for it to step into the world's top 10 corporations. So he immediately expressed his full support for the Red Emperor group and no longer had any other thoughts. From now on, we will fully support the development of the Red Emperor group. With the Red Emperor group, the entire Chinese population will make a huge leap. He expressed his stance and winked at many people at the same time. Immediately, these people expressed their full support for the Red Emperor group. Jiang Li sneered, but didn't say anything. These people had expressed their stance now, but they might change their minds in the future. There were no eternal enemies in business, only profits. Thank you, everyone. Once the patent is issued, my Tai Chi rice will be put into production and planted on a large scale. The sooner this thing is produced, the better. It's a powerful tool to change the human body. Every extra month is precious time for human progress. Jiang Zhendong was good with words. We will do our best to protect and support you. After a while, the group of people left. Father, I don't think these people are reliable. Why did you directly show them the results of your research? Jiang Li frowned. It doesn't matter. In any case, we have to start planning it on a large scale. Besides, you don't need this thing, and our family doesn't need it either. If we were a big family with many talents, this thing could increase the family strength. It's better not to expose it. Unfortunately, whether it's you, Jiang Tao, your sister, your mother, or I, we can all get better things. This is a universal product. Jiang Zhendong said, the sooner we make it public, the Red Emperor Group's development will be worth hundreds of billions or even trillions. That's true. Jiang Li really didn't need this thing. He needed to absorb higher-level energy, such as immortal stones. He needed energy of a higher level than spiritual qi to condense the great emperor's embryo. It would be best if he could open the gate of primal chaos and obtain primal chaos energy. It was said that the will of a planet had a kind of desire for primal chaos energy. That was because if the entire planet obtained primal chaos energy, it would evolve into a more powerful existence than a planet. Jiang Li didn't know what the evolution of a planet was, but he had obtained a lot of information from the Queen Mother's technology tree. Little Darch might be using the Great Emperor's relic to open the gate of the primal chaos world and obtain primal chaos energy. He hoped that it would succeed, and he would be able to obtain many benefits. Jiang Li stayed at home for 3 days. On the third day, the patent was issued. Instantly, the whole world was in an uproar. It was even more sensational than the sun and moon essence. After all, the sun and moon essence was only a patent and couldn't be mass-produced. It didn't have much impact on the world. Now that this plant was grown, it would have a profound impact on the human settlements in the solar system, especially on Earth. Countless reporters came to Beijing to interview Jiang Zhendong. The headlines of the entire human world were refreshed once again. Chapter 261. Red Emperor Corporation's great scientist, Jiang Zhendong, has created glory once again. He has researched rice that can absorb the essence of the sun and moon. From now on, humans will have another staple food. This rice is called Taiji rice. It's said that it produces Taiji rice with high nutritional value. Taiji rice, a bowl of rice, is equivalent to a few milligrams of spirit stones. This is a revolutionary breakthrough for humans. Jiang Zhendong is indeed one of humanity's greatest scientists. He deserves the highest reward. This time, Sun Moon Corporation won't be able to block the supply of raw materials. This is a move that benefits humanity. Red Emperor Corporation is challenging Sun Moon Corporation. Two giants. Who is better? A new star is rising in the business world. Jiang Zhendong is holding a press conference to show off the new genetic secrets of rice. This is the perfect combination of flesh and blood, breaking through the current technological advancements of humanity. It will bring about a profound change to humanity's technology. Even the great scientists in the elite region have rushed here to take a look. They want to unravel the secrets of this genetic rice, and from there, they can research spirit rice. The Science Association of the elite region has decided to give Jiang Zhendong the highest scientific honor medal. The future of humanity will become better because of the Taiji rice. As soon as Jiang Li went online, he discovered that the densely packed news was dazzling. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhendong was holding press conferences every day and accepting interviews. The 36 Hua cities were in an uproar, and countless extraterrestrial humans were flocking to Beijing. Beijing's tourism income was rising steadily, and the economy had increased by at least 1/5. Red Emperor Corporation was famous and could go public anytime. However, Jiangli wouldn't go public. Once it went public, it would cause all sorts of business wars. It was best for him to control himself. When Red Emperor Corporation slowly expanded and researched biotechnology, Lil Darch would wake up and create spirit rice and all sorts of biotechnology. At that time, he would be able to defeat Sun Moon Corporation. He couldn't help but think of a famous movie from 200 years ago called Resident Evil. In the movie, there was a company called Umbrella that controlled and monopolized many high technologies. Even the government couldn't do anything about it. If he wanted to be a company, he had to be a company like that. Originally, Red Emperor Corporation was dreaming. However, Lil Darch had obtained heaven's will and was about to manifest. The Queen Mother's technology would surpass that of humans on Earth. In less than 8 to 10 years, it wouldn't be impossible for a powerful technology like Umbrella to be formed. Bang! Another meeting was held in Sun Moon Corporation's base. How do you eat it? You actually let Jiang Zhendong research this plant. What kind of monopoly do we have? Forget about the Sun and Moon Corporation going bankrupt. One of them cursed loudly. This person was the first generation of the Jiang clan, Jiang Wudao. This was the deepest base of the Sun Moon Corporation on treasure-gathering planet. Half of the Sun and Moon Corporation's wealth and technology were gathered here, and the other half was naturally gathered in the elite zone. At this point, Jiang Wudao could no longer maintain his composure. He was flustered and exasperated. He wouldn't lose his composure like this if it wasn't something that could shake the entire Sun Moon Corporation's foundation. Jiang Hailong, tell me, how can we salvage the situation now? Jiang Wudao stared at Jiang Hailong in front of him. He wanted nothing more than to slap him to death. Jiang Zhendong was his son, and now that he had caused so much damage to the Sun Moon Corporation, he had to be punished. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. Jiang Hailong's face was pale. I should have killed that little bastard Jiang Zhendong earlier, and this wouldn't have happened. Who knew that he could cause such a big commotion? I suspect that he obtained some kind of advanced technology. Even our Jiang clan's laboratory in the elite zone hasn't been able to develop such a thing. I've always suspected this. Even if that little bastard Jiang Zhendong has Einstein's talent, without the help of powerful technology and the power of technology that stands at the peak, it would be impossible for him to develop such a thing. Jiang Wudao slowly sat down. He must have someone supporting him. Could it be the Wang clan? An old man, Jiang Haihong asked tentatively. Impossible. If the Wang clan had such technology, they would have developed it long ago. This is technology, not cultivation. The Wang clan specializes in martial arts, not science. Jiang Wudao waved his hand. This is a series of conspiracies against our Jiang clan. Originally, when our Saint Nalen obtained the Emperor Star's Heaven's will, he would have been able to advance a level in one go. At that time, our Jiang clan wouldn't be obtaining heaven and earth spiritual qi, but immortal qi. Our Jiang clan's entire strength would increase by a level, and we would be preparing to seize power in the future and become the emperor. He openly stated his Jiang clan's ambition, which was to become the emperor of mankind. The Jiang clan would be the royal family, generation after generation, lasting for thousands of years. In the ancient feudal era, manpower was too small. Once the world revolted, it would be impossible to control the situation. But now that technology is advanced, the regime is becoming more and more stable. Jiang Wudao continued, as long as we overthrow the election system and achieve hegemony, we will be the royal family, and we will be able to hold power for generations, forever. Our Jiang clan can even become a god. If the living beings are disobedient, we can annihilate them and create new lives. God can sound the horn of doomsday to cleanse the sins of the living beings, and so can we. But now that St. Nalen's plan has been ruined, our plan has been delayed. Without the Emperor Star's will, we can't open the immortal Qi dimension, absorb the immortal Qi, and nurture our disciples. Damn it, who stole the Emperor Star's will? Could it be Wang Chao? Finally, Jiang Wudao roared again. Our Jiang clan's recent troubles are all because of Jiang Zhendong, his son Jiang Li, and that damn Jiang Tao. In the beginning, Jiang Lu died. Then came Jiang Tianhe, and then our Sun and Moon Group's Sun and Moon City in the black market. Our Jiang clan's outstanding Jiang Xian, Jiang Haishan, Jiang Zhenyue, Jiang Zhenlei, and Jiang Zhenshan are all dead. Then our patent for the Sun and Moon essence was taken away, and Saint Nailan didn't manage to obtain the Emperor Star's will. In the end, Jiang Zhendong developed some Taiji rice. Don't you think that all these are interconnected, like the mastermind's plan? He wants to nibble away at our Jiang clan's foundation step by step, and this is absolutely intolerable. Kill. Jiang Hailong said, I gave birth to an unfilial son like Jiang Zhendong, which has caused a serious impact on the Jiang clan. Now, I plan to kill him. I want to silence him forever. Kill. How? Jiang Wudao roared and slapped Jiang Hailong's face. Jiang Hailong's face bled, and he knelt on the ground. He is now a great scientist, and the human government has given him a Great Scientist Award. Now that the Crimson Emperor Corporation has grown, do you think it's possible to kill his entire family in front of everyone? We, the Jiang family, have not reached the level where we can do whatever we want and proclaim ourselves as the king. Uncle, please tell us what we should do next. After being slapped, Jiang Hailong didn't dare to resist. If we don't get rid of this bastard, Jiang Zhendong, we will be even more passive in the future. Of course we have to get rid of him, but now is not the time. Jiang Wudao sneered. The most important thing now is to find out who is backing Jiang Li and Jiang Zhendong. Other than the Wang clan, there should be someone else. The Wang clan has been fighting with us for so many years, and they have always been at a disadvantage. Our Jiang clan knows very well how strong they are. This time, the Sun and Moon essence and Taiji rice were definitely not the Wang clan's doing. Then where do we start? Jiang Hailong asked. Start with Hong Heiyu. Jiang Wudao threw out a lot of information. Recently, I have done some careful research and found that Hong Heiyu has some problems. In just a year, his cultivation has improved greatly. Look, this is the information he sent to Starry Sky University yesterday. He also went for the assessment. He has successfully broken through to the mixed origin realm and even has hopes of breaking through to the meditative memory realm. Impossible. Jiang Hailong almost jumped up. How can Hong Heiyu improve so quickly? It was already a miracle for him to advance to the second tier of the embryonic breathing realm, divine breath. The mixed origin realm is many times more difficult than divine breath. How can he advance twice in a year? So, there must be someone behind him. Jiang Wudao said, go and investigate. You must find out. Also, many of the items sold by the Crimson Emperor Corporation are smuggled out of the Emperor's Star, but we can't find out who it is every time. You must find out what the problem is. Yes. In short, find out who is behind this and get rid of him. Cut off Jiang Zhendong's wings, step by step, and force him into a corner. Humph. His foundation is not stable, and he wants to go against us with just a few people. Jiang Wudao gave the order. At the same time, Jiang Li had already returned to Starry Sky University. He had completed the mission to spy on the Qian dynasty. He had obtained a lot of points, and he could study in peace this year without completing any missions. Recently, he had gained enough benefits, and he needed to study well and digest the knowledge. His next mission was also very difficult. He had to break through the last barrier. This was also the first step in turning a human into a non-human, which was the embryonic breathing realm, condensing the great emperor's embryo, and practicing remarkable powers, using qi to control everything, and using energy to control everything. If it was someone else with his current savings, they could achieve the embryonic breathing realm in minutes. Unfortunately, he was condensing the strongest sacred embryo in history, the great emperor's embryo. His savings were still not enough. Once he returned to Starry Sky University, he began to read a lot of information. The information he read in the library was the notes of a large number of human experts when they advanced to the embryonic breathing realm. At the same time, there were countless scientists who analyzed how the embryonic breathing realm was formed. The embryonic breathing realm was now a huge field of knowledge. In Starry Sky University, there were even specialized experts who gave embryonic breathing lessons to people in the eternal realm. They used theories to analyze how to advance to the embryonic breathing realm, how to condense the sacred embryo, and how to change energy. Zhongli decided that in the next semester, he would focus on breaking through to this realm. Chapter 262. ZZZ. A burst of energy rang out and condensed into a book on Zhongli's table, on the synthesis of embryonic qi and flesh and blood. This was an energy form book and not a physical body. The AI's voice rang out. You have paid 30,000 star dollars to purchase the energy to obtain the right to read this book. This book contains the insights of a master who specializes in biology, and the study of the mind, Kamasi. You can only read it for 3 hours. After 3 hours, the energy will automatically disappear. While reading, you cannot copy, download, or transmit the book to anyone else. If you violate the copyright law, you will be punished by the law. The books in the library were all energy forms. These books could not be distributed, copied, or downloaded. Furthermore, it was expensive to read. They were the notes of great human scientists and experts, as well as some secret information. Moreover, each time one read, it was expensive and a portion of the money had to be given to the author. For example, the book that Zhongli was reading now cost 30,000 star dollars to read for 3 hours. 10,000 star dollars would be automatically transferred to the author's account as the copyright fee, and the rest would be used for sales, channels, taxes, energy, and other expenses. If Zhongli went out and revealed the contents of this book, it would affect the copyright. Then, he would violate the copyright law and suffer huge compensation and sanctions. He would probably be fined until he went bankrupt. Good book, good book. Zhongli flipped open this book. It recorded the relationship between spirit energy, flesh and blood, mind, dimension, and various aspects. The arguments of all sides were orderly and reasonable. It even described the profoundness of many dimensions, which energy was contained in each dimension, and what kind of biological energy could be absorbed, other than the spirit energy of heaven and earth. This book also introduced the special energy contained in several dimensions, which was also very helpful for the condensation of the holy embryo. In ancient Taoism, the holy embryo is called the nascent soul, and in the Western sects, it is called the Holy Spirit. In fact, they are one and the same. The condensation of the holy embryo is a physical change. It is the first step for the mind to communicate with the material world and the first step for the mind to come into contact with energy. It is a huge experiment that is meticulous and very rigorous, even more rigorous than various scientific experiments. Absorbing spirit energy into the body and fusing it with the flesh and blood, condense into bioenergy and interfere with matter. There are many types of holy embryos, and there are many ways to condense them. As a result, there are big and small powers. Some holy embryos are very powerful, while some holy embryos are very weak. This is determined by the martial arts, as well as the energy composition and formula. The holy fetus is a person's second life. Once it's born, it determines your future. It's just like when a person is born. Some are born smart, some stupid, some strong, and some weak. It's very difficult to change after birth. In the book, there are all kinds of equations, energy structures, and all kinds of holy embryos condensed from biological energy. At the same time, they repeatedly demonstrated the accuracy of all kinds of energy. They actually treated cultivation as a rigorous science. It was an eye-opener for Zhongli. In the past, when it came to condensing the holy fetus, he was still very vague about it. He only knew some mysterious principles, but he had no idea about them. Now that he had read this book, he knew that the holy fetus was a science. Every trace of spiritual energy was biological energy, and there were formulas for the stable structure formed by the energy. He definitely could not be careless. This was akin to creating a genetic embryo. If even a single point was missing, it would result in abnormalities. This was what it meant to be done step by step. as expected of a book that cost 30,000 star coins to read once. 3 hours later, the energy in the book disappeared. Zhongli seemed to have comprehended something. He turned on his optical computer and searched for books again. A book appeared before his eyes. Holy Fetus Incantation Theory. The author was Jiang Nailan. This book was very expensive. It cost 300,000 star coins to read it once for an hour. It was simply daylight robbery. However, when Zhongli took a look, he realized that almost all the experts in Starry Sky University had read this book. This book had a large number of readers, and every expert was willing to pay to read it. They didn't even care about the price. Although Jiang Nailan is an enemy, he is still a saint, one of the strongest humans. I am not even 1/10,000th of him. His thoughts must have some glowing points. Let me take a look. Zhongli didn't care about literature. Even if it was his enemy's glowing points, he had to absorb them. He paid 300,000 star coins and opened the book. Immediately, the book appeared in front of him. The first thing he saw was, "Incantation is the origin of the world, the foundation of particles. Matter is made up of atoms, but atoms can also be divided into nuclei, electrons, and other particles. It can also be broken down. What is the smallest particle in the universe? I named it incantation. The entire world is made up of incantations. Incantations are the smallest particles, the origin of everything." This book named the smallest particles in the world as incantations. Incantations form all sorts of structures, creating all living things in the world. Preposterous reasoning. Zhongli originally wanted to scold him. He wasn't in the mood to continue reading, but he couldn't bear to part with 300,000 star coins. He had to finish reading. Hence, he read deeper and deeper. Not long after, he was drenched in sweat. This Jiang Nailan is truly a genius. He has redefined incantations and created a new Tao. Amazing, amazing. This person's incantations even inspired my great Emperor's seal. The core of the book was an incantation. In ancient times, incantations were secret words, and the deepest secrets were called incantations. But now, Jiang Nailan had redefined incantations and created a new Tao for cultivation. It even had a profound impact on science. This person was truly a peerless genius. In that instant, Zhongli felt like he was looking at a tall mountain. It was as if he was looking at Jiang Nailan standing high in the clouds, looking down on all living things. Zhongli was just an ant. However, Zhongli laughed coldly in his heart. "Jiang Nailan, you're not bad. Unfortunately, I'm not bad either. One day I'll defeat you. I'll also become a human saint and a great emperor. I'll unlock the secrets of the primal chaos." Are you reading this book? This is Jiang Nailan's Tao of Incantations. It's a miracle of human cultivation. A voice came from afar. Zhongli raised his head and saw a girl in the distance. She was also reading a book. The entire library was very quiet. Usually, people who came to read would not speak, so as not to disturb others. This girl's words were definitely targeted. This girl was wearing the uniform of Starry Sky University. She had an upright temperament and looked like she held great power. At the same time that Zhongli was looking at this girl, the girl was also looking at Zhongli. But Zhongli felt a strong aura. In the vast starry sky, this female student had led a fleet to conquer the galaxy, defeating countless alien civilizations and powerful beings. She was an illustrious female general. What a strong aura. He thought to himself, "Student, do you have any special understanding of this book? What's your name?" The female student walked over and sat next to Zhongli. She looked at Zhongli with interest. "Looking at you, it seems that you want to learn the mysteries of embryonic breathing to reach this realm. But St. Jiang Nailan's book is too profound, and the theory is very different from many martial arts. It won't be of much help to you. I suggest you look at other books on embryonic breathing. Jiang Nailan's book is very helpful to me." Zhongli knew some of the mysteries of the Sun-Moon King incantation. Now that he had read this book, he had a deeper understanding of the King incantation. "My name is Zhongli. May I know how I should address you? Senior? You are Zhongli? You founded the Scarlet Emperor Corporation. Your father Jiang Jinyue researched the essence of the sun and moon. And recently, you researched the Tai Chi rice? Sure enough, the girl's eyes flashed. My surname is Yu Qing. Yu. Jiang Li was shocked. He felt that this girl was indeed unfathomable. The Yu family was a large human family. More importantly, the principal of Starry Sky University was surnamed Yu. The girl in front of him had an extraordinary temperament. Could she be related to the principal of Starry Sky University? However, Jiang Li did not expose her. Starry Sky University was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There were peerless masters hidden in it. No one could say for sure what kind of powerful figures there would be. He smiled and nodded lightly. Yu Qing. It is said that among the 3 pure ones of Taoism, Yu Qing is the heavenly lord of primordial beginning. Senior Yu Qing took it as her name. It shows how bold you are. However, ordinary people can't bear this name. Those who can bear it have strong family luck. You are indeed a person who has been making waves recently. Yu Qing smiled. There was no meaning in her face. Recently, you have made great progress. It seems that you will advance to the embryonic breathing realm soon. Once you advance, Starry Sky University will give you many privileges. I officially invite you to join my Young God team. Young God team. Jiang Li had an idea. This team was one of the top 5 teams in the entire Starry Sky University. Sorry, I have my own team, the 10 Directions team. It is not suitable for me to join. Jiang Li thought about it. He felt that the girl in front of him, Yu Qing, was unfathomable. He couldn't even tell if she was a friend or foe. How could he hastily join her team? Oh, you rejected me so cleanly? Yu Qing smiled lightly. Don't you want to advance to the embryonic breathing realm now? Our Young God team has many methods. We have a deep understanding of the embryonic breathing realm. We even have a good thing that we obtained from the cultivation battlefield. It is called the Vitality Furnace. It can help people enter the embryonic breathing realm. The success rate is very high. If you join my team, you'll get the chance to activate the Vitality Furnace. Vitality Furnace? What is that? Jiang Li's eyes flashed as he asked deliberately. The Foundation Establishment Pill and the Vitality Furnace. These are the 2 pillars of the cultivation world. Yu Qing seemed to have come for Jiang Li. She wasn't afraid that he wouldn't take the bait. The Foundation Establishment Pill is also known as the Meditative Pill. After taking it, it can let people meditate. Once the Vitality Furnace is cultivated, it can let people have the chance to become a holy fetus. However, the Foundation Establishment Pill is a large quantity. The Vitality Furnace is a mysterious magical treasure in the cultivation world. Only the big sects have it. A big sect must cultivate this thing. After accumulating, it can baptize the outstanding disciples in the sect. Jiang Li waved his hand. He was already laughing in his heart. The Vitality Furnace can be said to be the foundation of the big sects in the cultivation world. It is very huge. It is equivalent to the super giant computer in the human elite zone. The spiritual energy that it consumes every time cannot be calculated. Even the Young God team can't afford to consume this kind of spiritual energy. Why do I feel that you are lying to me? Moreover, according to what I know, the Vitality Furnace has to be sacrificed. Every time it is used, it has to kill someone. Kill the enemy's embryonic breathing realm expert and use their essence to form a new holy fetus. This way, the disciple who baptized will get the chance to advance to the embryonic breathing realm. Kill one person, make one person, right? He was actually very clear about the Vitality Furnace. Chapter 263. Jiang Li had dreamt back to the cultivation world. So how could he not know about the nascent embryo furnace? This was a large magical treasure. After all, it still had a demonic nature. It had the function of plundering and converting. That was to first kill an embryonic breathing realm expert as a sacrifice to the furnace. When that expert had completely melted into the nascent embryo furnace, a gust of spiritual essence and spirit would not dissipate. Then Chongding's disciple would enter the nascent embryo furnace and begin to cultivate. After absorbing this spiritual essence and converting it, they would have the opportunity to break through and condense their own sacred fetus. However, this also had risks. The success rate was only 50%. If it was unsuccessful, one spiritual might be injured. It was far from being as peaceful and safe as the Foundation establishment elixir. Of course, condensing a sacred fetus required vast and complicated energy. Even in the cultivation world, the appearance of a sacred fetus disciple was a big deal. It was even necessary to offer sacrifices to the ancestors and thank the heavens. If an embryonic, breathing realm human appeared on Earth, he would be an absolute expert. It would be easy for him to directly enter the army and become a high-ranking official. You know quite a lot about the nascent embryo furnace. Yu Yuqing's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Our young god team doesn't have the nascent embryo furnace. It's useless because everyone in our team is an embryonic breathing realm expert. However, there are some specific things that I need to tell you. This time, the school broke through the Qian Empire and obtained countless resources. We captured many embryonic breathing realm experts. We also obtained the resources of the Qian Empire. The most valuable thing is the nascent embryo furnace. Isn't the most valuable thing the infinite heaven and earth map? Zhongli waved his hand. The infinite heaven and earth map disappeared without a trace. The high-ranking officials of the Qian Empire all escaped. Although they are still on the Emperor's Star, the entire planet is so big that it is impossible to find them. A mysterious smile appeared on Yu Yuqing's face. Our current mission is to find the missing experts of the Qian Empire and obtain the infinite heaven and earth map. The Young God team needs people like you. If you agree, our team can fight for a place in the school's baptism. You can go to the nascent embryo furnace now. The school will kill the embryonic breathing realm experts we captured this time and let you advance to the embryonic breathing realm. How about that? Such a big bargain. Zhongli did not believe it. Moreover, he could not advance to the embryonic breathing realm by relying on the primordial embryo furnace. It would be useless no matter how many experts he killed. However, he also knew that this was a great benefit, and it would never be his turn. Now that Yu Yuqing said this, it was clear that she was giving him a great deal. She definitely had some ulterior motives. What do you need from me? Just be frank. I want the patent rights to the Taiji rice, Yu Yuqing said. Ha. Hearing this, Zhongli couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter was very ear-piercing in the empty library. Then his eyes turned cold. The patent of Taiji rice? You're too arrogant. Do you know how much this thing is worth? Once we start production and large-scale cultivation on Earth, the income will be in the trillions. Even the wealth of Starry Sky University will be surpassed after we start production. This is the weapon of the country, the gospel of mankind. You want me to give it to you with just one word? Isn't that too whimsical? He was so angry that he laughed. Is that so? Yu Yuqing remained calm. Taiji rice is indeed good, but you need to be alive to expand. I reckon that once this thing comes out, your archenemy, the Sun and Moon Corporation, will be the first to collapse. However, will the Sun and Moon Corporation watch as they collapse? I don't think so. They will go all out to deal with you. By then, you and your family will be in danger. Don't tell me you don't know that. So what? Zhongli laughed coldly. Will I give you the patent rights just like that? Not for me, Yu Yuqing said. Actually, there are some things that I am here to test you. Actually, you're not giving me the patent rights, but donating it to Starry Sky University. Donating it to Starry Sky University? Zhongli sat up straight. A premonition rose in his heart. That's right, donating it to Starry Sky University. Yu Yuqing saw Zhongli's reaction and seemed very satisfied. Starry Sky University needs this technology. I can see that this technology of yours has great research value. It can even be traced back to the source and research spiritual rice that absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is what Starry Sky University needs. I am donating such a valuable thing to Starry Sky University for nothing. Zhongli licked his lips. No one knew what he was thinking. Of course it is not for nothing. Starry Sky University will give you sufficient compensation. First, Starry Sky University is your alma mater. It is only right and proper for you to donate to your alma mater. You can set an example to encourage more students to donate to their alma mater for free. Second, Starry Sky University first promises to fully protect you and the Red Emperor Corporation. They will not let the Sun and Moon Corporation lay a finger on you. Third, they will do their best to help you advance to the embryonic breathing realm. Fourth, your younger brother and sister, and even future generations, will not need to take an examination to be specially admitted to Starry Sky University. How about it? Are these 4 conditions generous enough? The things that everyone dreams of, you can get them in an instant. Yu Yuqing guided patiently. That's all. After listening, Jiang Li sneered in his heart. He almost sneered on the surface. Second, Starry Sky University guarantees that we will not be attacked by the Jiang family. How can you guarantee that? Jiang Nailin is a saint. Does Starry Sky University have a saint? If Jiang Nailin wants to destroy the Red Emperor Corporation, can Starry Sky University stop her? To put it bluntly, if Jiang Nailin wants to destroy Starry Sky University, no one can stop her. Starry Sky University is the pride of humanity. It is the highest educational institution. If they say they can protect you, they can protect you. Yu Yuqing's face showed a trace of displeasure. She was dissatisfied with Jiang Li's disrespect. Please don't insult Starry Sky University. You're also a part of the university. Is that so? I only believe in strength, not pride. Jiang Li snorted. If you don't say the first point, I absolutely won't believe it. Of course, unless a saint declares that he will protect me and forbid anyone to touch me, then I will believe it. Yu Yuqing was furious. A saint would not make such a statement. According to the saint's agreement, they must abide by the laws of humanity. Even if it was Wang Chao, Jiang Nailin would not publicly declare that he was protecting his family. Jiang Li did not care about Yu Yuqing's anger. He continued. The third point, I will do my own cultivation. I don't need any assistance. If I have to kill other embryonic breath realm people to break through the embryonic breath realm, it will be a disgrace. If I lose my courageous heart, what achievements will I have in the future? The fourth point, how can Starry Sky University falsify exams? And special admission? It's ridiculous. My sister will pass the exam based on her own ability. My brother will fight on the battlefield in the cultivation world. He doesn't need to take the exam. Do I have to enter Starry Sky University to be considered talent? So, you refuse? Yu Yuqing's tone became cold. Nonsense. Jiang Li did not look at Yu Yuqing. Student, I'm going to read. If there's nothing else, please don't disturb me. It seems that you have no sense of belonging to your alma mater. Yu Yuqing only said one sentence. What a pity, what a pity. As she spoke, she stood up and left. Jiang Li watched her leaving figure. The sneer in his heart grew stronger. Donate? What a joke. The value of Taiji rice is infinite. Donating it to Starry Sky University and getting a few false promises, isn't this a joke? This is blatant robbery and plunder. This made Jiang Li recall that the era of nations was also like this. Once you obtained something good, the nation would come looking for you and ask you to donate it. Then they would give you some meager rewards and plunder in the name of righteousness. This Yu Yuqing was obviously looking for him to test him. This matter is not over yet. It seems that the real higher-ups of Starry Sky University also see the value of this matter and want to plunder my father's patented technology. The only thing I can do now is to improve my strength. When little D comes out, everyone will shut up. Jiang Li said to himself, if Starry Sky University presses me too hard, I could just drop out. But I don't believe that Starry Sky University, after all, is the highest educational institution of mankind, would be so unsightly. At that moment, he gathered his thoughts and once again chose a large number of embryonic breathing books to read. He had to admit that Starry Sky University still had its benefits. At least the books here could not be seen outside. He read eagerly, and his understanding of embryonic breathing became deeper and deeper. This was to accumulate resources in preparation for transformation. Knowledge, a large amount of knowledge was accumulating. In a library of Starry Sky University, who knows how many great scientists' secret notes analyze the relationship between the soul, flesh, and energy. Layers of formulas and patterns represented the beginning of scientific research and understanding of embryonic breathing. This was something that the cultivation world could not compare to. The experts in the cultivation world had to rely on their own understanding to advance to embryonic breathing. It was far from formulaic. Even the top experts had no way to explain the specific situation. This was similar to the Zen on Earth. They communicated through the heart and paid particular attention to instant enlightenment. In this way, it was easy to cause disciples to be unable to understand and learn systematically. But the people on Earth were different. They formalized cultivation. Everyone could learn. This book is insightful. Zhongli stayed here and didn't go out. He read the books one by one, and his speed was extremely fast. His brain's memory was already comparable to that of a giant AI, and he stayed here for an entire month. He only read, not eating or drinking. Now, that his body, the great emperor, had a small success, it did not matter even if he did not eat or drink for a year, let alone a month. He was reading a book called Bioenergy Body Formula. This book actually did not talk about the sacred fetus, but the formulas between the various energy body structures. For example, the martial arts master created by the martial arts master system was an energy body. What formula was the stability of this energy body based on? What were the principles of mechanics? This was a great inspiration for the condensation of the sacred fetus. At this moment, in a base, a few old men and middle-aged men were listening to Yu Yuqing's report. What? He refused to donate the patent to the university? An old man's gaze was cold. Does he not know that he is a university student? Does he not have any dedication to the university? Chapter 264. All right, it's normal for him not to donate the patent. Another old man waved his hand. Taiji rice is priceless. How could he just give it away like that? An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Does he really not know this? A middle-aged man said slowly. Our school board gave him enough promises, but he doesn't care at all. This is unforgivable. These were the school board members. The entire Star Sky University was modeled after a business structure. There was a board of directors, a managing director, a vice chairman, and a chairman. These were the people behind the scenes who controlled the university. Although the principal and vice principal were nominally in charge of the university, they were actually the CEOs hired by the boss. The appointment of the vice principal required the approval of the board of directors, then the approval of the elite human district government. Because Star Sky University also had shares in the military, and the military was controlled by the elite human district government. The principal and vice principal could be fired, but the board members could not. This was the rule of the game. Now, some of the school's board members were holding a meeting to discuss Jiang Li's Taiji rice patent. Unforgivable. An old man waved his hand. If I were him, I wouldn't donate it so easily either. But Star Sky University really needs it. We can increase the bargaining chip and ask him to donate it. For example, making him a member of the Star Sky University Board of Directors? I don't think he will agree to this condition. Another middle-aged man turned on his optical computer and calculated. I did some calculations. If Red Emperor starts planting rice this year, its revenue should be hundreds of billions. If it's next year, it'll be 500 billion or even a trillion. In 3 to 5 years, Red Emperor will become one of the top 100 companies in the world. Why would he donate such a huge asset to us? But only if we get the patent will we be able to make the most of it. An old man looked at his optical computer. We can further develop spirit rice and plant it on the Emperor Star and Cubo planet. The entire human race will improve because of our results. More importantly, with this, Star Sky University will not lack resources and wealth. We can even control the human economy in the future. Our voice in the human government will increase tenfold. But what's the use of Red Emperor? It's just another tycoon group. Their planting, transportation, and even trading capabilities can't be spread to the entire human race. Only by handing it over to Star Sky University can we rapidly spread it around the world in a year. You're right, Yu Yuqing said, but that Zhongli obviously can't see the situation clearly. As soon as the Taiji rice appeared, countless forces had their eyes on this fat piece of meat. It's funny that Zhongli doesn't know how powerful it is. Does he think he can protect this fat piece of meat? It is indeed a big piece of fat meat, and Zhongli and Zhangzhendong are rabbits. Under the watchful eyes of a group of hungry wolves, they still want to show off that piece of fat meat. Isn't that courting death? Our Starry Sky University can at least compensate him. When the other wolves bite this fat piece of meat, they will also be eaten. The old man tapped his fingers on the table, producing a unique rhythm. How's that kid's strength now? He was in the stable state realm. Could it be that he did not have any desire to advance to the embryonic breathing realm? We helped him advance to the embryonic breathing realm, but he actually didn't agree to this matter. The middle-aged man frowned. Countless geniuses have been stuck at this stage, unable to advance. Does he really think he's a genius? This time, we have captured a total of more than 10 embryonic breathing realm experts from the Great Qian dynasty. The old man did some calculations. Now, we are using technology to improve it. We have already improved the vitality furnace into a treasure with the power of technology. There's at least an 80% chance of advancing to the embryonic breathing realm. That Jiang Li seems to be very confident. I didn't test his strength. Yu Yuqing changed the optical computer screen. Instantly, the scene of Jiang Li reading in the library appeared. These days, I have been observing him, looking for an opportunity to test him again. Unfortunately, he didn't appear in the library for a month. Look, sure enough, Jiang Li was still reading energy books one after another. Reading for a month without eating or drinking. The old man looked at the records. Just reading for a month? Yes. Yu Yuqing said, his physical fitness is very strong, and his thinking is agile. He is a rare talent. However, how can it be so easy to advance to the embryonic breathing realm? It would be a lie to continue reading. Let's wait and see. First, observe him secretly. We will find an opportunity to talk to him again. No matter what, we must get him to donate the patent rights. The middle-aged man decided. Also, be wary of the Jiang clan. They might play dirty tricks. Although this guy is stubborn and unwilling to donate, it will be harder for us to get the patent rights after he dies. If the Jiang clan gets it, I'm afraid it won't be a good thing. Of course, there's no time to lose. Keep a close eye on him. We must get the patent rights. Yes. Also, have a team searching for the Heaven and Earth Wuji map and the whereabouts of the imperial family sent any news? The old man asked. This time, although the Qian Empire was destroyed, the elites of the imperial family and the college all entered the Heaven and Earth Wuji map and escaped. This is a huge hidden danger. Moreover, when the Qian Empire was destroyed, a portion of Heaven's will was infused into the Heaven and Earth Wuji map, causing the cultivation of the emperor, princes, princesses, ministers, and generals to increase exponentially. Their country was destroyed, so they must be thinking of ways to harm us. This group of people must be caught. Moreover, all the valuable treasures of the Qian Empire, including the spiritual meridians, are concentrated in the Heaven and Earth Wuji map. Once we get it, it will be a huge fortune. I understand. Go. After a round of discussion, the meeting ended. It's really comfortable. The light of the star shone in through the window. Jiang Li stretched his back comfortably and closed the last book. On it was written Arcana of Dimensional Energy. It was to analyze the energy arcana of the various dimensions discovered by humans. For a full month and a half, he kept reading books and reading books. He had read an unknown amount of information. Finally, he had gained something in his heart. It was like streams flowing into the ocean in his heart regarding the various condensation, analysis, and changes of the embryonic breath. Walking out of the library, he felt that the sky was bright and his heart was clear. With a slight breath, his body creaked. It was the body of the great emperor operating. He took out a spiritual stone from his pocket and absorbed it. He felt even more refreshed. The great emperor's relic was no longer with him. He couldn't enter the embryonic breathing realm to absorb spiritual energy. He could only rely on spiritual stones to replenish and practice, becoming like a normal person. Fortunately, he was rich. After a few robberies, he was already a millionaire. He had enough money to buy spiritual stones. Next, I'll go back to the teacher's base to absorb the liquid spiritual energy. That kind of spiritual energy has already been extracted by Little Emperor into the second dimension. He used his boundless spiritual energy to compress it and condense it into a mist. However, I don't need to be in the embryonic breathing realm to absorb it. I still need to liquefy the spiritual energy into spiritual fire to purify it. Only then can I increase my strength bit by bit. Jiang Li's current vitality was 20, and his spiritual energy was 20-dimensional units. Under normal circumstances, spiritual energy and vitality were not proportional at all. This caused his vitality to have a lot of room for improvement. It was a pity that he needed high-level energy now. The effect of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was already not very good, not to mention eating nutritious medicine and the like. To improve rapidly, there was only one way, and that was to obtain celestial stones and celestial energy. Of course, absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth and using spiritual energy to purify it into spiritual fire would be useful. According to the amount of purification, 1 kilogram of spiritual stones could only be purified into 1 gram of spiritual fire. Beep, beep, beep. Just as Jiangli was about to leave, the sound of a mail was transmitted. He opened the optical computer chip and realized that it was actually from Luohan and Serene. Jiangli, where are you? We are at the number 9 training hall. Reply immediately when you receive the mail. Gather here. We have important matters to discuss. I'll be right there. Jiangli replied. His body flashed, and he rushed to the number 9 training hall. There were countless training halls in the Starry Sky University. There were many machines, energy bodies, martial arts grandmaster systems, martial arts sage systems, which could transform into all kinds of combat experts, and even ancient martial arts masters to fight with you. There were even gravity chambers. As long as one had enough money, one could use the equipment in these training halls to train. Sometimes there were even embryonic breathing realm experts giving lectures in the training halls. Of course, this required registration in advance and a certain fee. He came to the number 9 training hall and stepped into it. A group of people were training. It was actually Luohan, Serene, Ji Qingwu, Lei Zheng, and Wang Rulai. The 5 of them seemed to be discussing something. When they saw Jiangli coming, their eyes lit up. Jiangli, what have you been doing these days? Have you been a mess? Wang Rulai was the first to greet him. He patted Jiangli's shoulder and looked very friendly. Reading and practicing. Jiangli glanced at everyone. Good lad, your cultivation is improving very quickly. Luan, Serene, your vitality is almost at 5. Brother Rulai, why haven't you broken through to the embryonic breathing realm? Your uncle. I already know about Uncle's matter. He successfully broke through to the embryonic breathing realm and had a great impact in our Wang clan. His status has been rising steadily. I also want to break through to the embryonic breathing realm, but it's a pity that this critical juncture is too difficult. Wang Rulai sighed. Now that I have come to discuss with you, there is an opportunity. What opportunity? Jiangli asked. Do you know that this time, the school destroyed the Qin Empire and obtained an embryonic breathing realm experts? Wang Rulai said. So what? Could it be that you can fight for an opportunity? Jiangli knew that it must be about this matter. Everyone has an opportunity. Serene went forward and said, this time, the school is holding an open competition. All students in the stable realm can sign up for the competition. Then, the top 3 will have a chance to be baptized and enter the embryonic breathing furnace. So, Sister Qingwu, Brother Lei Zheng, and Brother Rulai have all signed up. Jiangli, are you going to sign up? Chapter 265. There is no need to register for this. I want to advance to the embryonic breathing realm. It is not something that can be advanced by a mere nascent fetus furnace. Jiangli shook his head. He really had no interest in this thing. Otherwise, he would have agreed to Yuqing's conditions. After you participate, you can give your place to someone else, Wang Rulai said. With your skills, you can definitely get first place. That works too. I can give my place to someone else. Jiangli was stunned. There is nothing strange about it. In this competition, you are fighting for a place. As long as you get this place, it is reasonable and legal to give it to someone else. This does not violate the school rules of Starry Sky University. It is like completing a mission and getting a lot of points. You can also give it to someone else. Wang Rulai waved his hand. Of course, the most important thing is that you have to suppress the people of the Jiang clan and Meng Xingyun. I heard that Meng Xingyun was defeated by you. He was very indignant and trained hard when he went back. Recently, his vitality has greatly improved. He even said that he wanted to kill you. In addition, his mentor, Gui Junzi, was defeated by your mentor, Hong Heiyu. After he went back, he reflected on the painful experience and began to train. Recently, not only has his martial arts completely recovered, but he has also improved. He wants to find a chance to defeat Hong Heiyu or even kill him. How dare you? Zhongli spat out a few words. You really don't know what's good for you. Let's go and register. Serene waved her hand. We can also see what other young talents the Jiang clan has and what level has Meng Xingyun trained to. The group of 6 left the number 9 training hall and ran towards a mysterious building. In the base of Starry Sky University, many buildings were not open to the public. They were specialized research bases. However, some bases would open from time to time for students to study. Now, the base called the Primordial Soul Building had opened its door. Many disciples gathered outside the door to look inside. Zhongli saw that in the center of the base, there was a giant alchemy furnace. It looked like a reactor and seemed to be made of purple gold. It was surrounded by coiling dragons. There was a green dragon, a white tiger, a vermilion bird, and a black tortoise. The forging was simply a work of nature. At first glance, it was obvious that this was the style of a cultivator's magical equipment, not the style of modern technology. Every item had its own era mark. Each era had its own style, and each civilization had its own style. Experts could tell which was the style of cultivation civilization and which was the style of science fiction with a single glance. This is the origin embryo furnace? It really is a good magic treasure. Wang Rulai muttered. However, killing a strong practitioner in the embryonic breathing realm and performing a blood sacrifice in the furnace, injecting spiritual energy into it, and converting it, baptizing other disciples so that other disciples can also advance to the embryonic breathing realm. Although this is in line with the law of energy conservation and transfer, it still feels weird. It seems like the devil's way. This isn't some kind of demonic path. Zhongli looked at it carefully. In terms of technology, it is just a conversion of energy. This primordial embryo furnace was brought to the Qian Empire by the cultivation world. The original intention was for the Qian imperial family to hunt the embryonic breathing realm demonic beasts on the Emperor's Star to transform their disciples. It was the same in the cultivation world. It is equivalent to humans hunting wild beasts and eating them to absorb nutrients. I heard that after this primordial embryo furnace was moved here, the Starry Sky University used secret technology to modify it. Now, with the power of technology, the conversion of energy and spiritual shock, the success rate is higher. Moreover, even if it doesn't succeed, there is no risk. At most, it would just waste the energy of an embryonic breathing realm expert. Luohan stared at the primordial embryo furnace. I heard that in the cultivation world, if this thing doesn't succeed, one's body will explode. Look, Gui Junzi is here. Wang Rulai shushed him. Indeed, Zhongli saw Gui Junzi, Tang Yin, Meng Xingyun, and the others in the distance. As soon as they arrived, their eyes were fixed on him, as if they wanted to kill him and melt him. And with Gui Junzi was Jiang Hailong. At this moment, Jiang Hailong was accompanied by several young boys and girls, all of them with sharp gazes that flickered like lightning. Zhongli could sense the blood of the Jiang clan flowing in their veins. Zhongli, a voice was heard. It was Meng Xingyun. His body flashed, and there was actually a ripple of sword aura. In an instant, he appeared in front of Zhongli. He was silent, like a ghost. His ability was many times stronger than when he was fighting Zhongli. Zhongli could feel the strong, killing intent from his body. This person hated him to the core and swore to kill him as soon as possible. Meng Xingyun, what's wrong? You are also here to participate in the competition? Zhongli smiled. Seems like you are determined to advance to the embryonic breathing realm. That's right. Advancing to the embryonic breathing realm is a matter of time. However, what I hope to do most is to defeat you and then kill you. Meng Xingyun's tone was cold. Then he swept his gaze across and said, I will not let any of the people around you go. I want you to be slowly tortured in pain. You are possessed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's face was as cold as ice. Wasn't it just one failure? Meng Xingyun was actually so twisted. Not only did he want to kill him, but he also wanted to kill the people around him. He was not afraid, but it was hard to guarantee that the people around him would not be harmed. Possessed. Meng Xingyun laughed. He was indescribably cruel. There is no such word as failure in my dictionary. You defeated me once and broke my Taoist heart. The only way to make up for it is to kill you, or to make sure that you will never be able to rise again. Victory and defeat are common for a soldier. I have also been defeated by you before. Zhongli shook his head. What a pity, what a pity. I've bravely and fiercely improved myself and defeated you. The current you is truly nothing in my eyes. Now that you've said those words, there's no longer any leeway for reconciliation. It seems like I can only kill you. TSK, tisk. At this moment, a youth behind Jiang Hailong laughed mockingly. He walked out and stood in front of Meng Xingyun. Brother Xingyun, what are you saying to this person who is about to die? You don't have to kill him. Our Jiang clan will kill him. What's your name? Are you also from the Jiang clan? Jiang Li looked at this youth. Jiang Zichao. The youth Jiang Zichao's eyes were already filled with killing intent. He seemed ready to attack at any moment. He did not conceal his monstrous hatred for Jiang Li. You are the Jiang clan's bloodline, yet you are so rebellious. That bastard of a father of yours actually developed the Taiji rice to oppose our Jiang clan. If you know what's good for you, you will obediently hand over the patent to the Jiang clan. Give up all your assets, and you will still have a way out. Otherwise, rumble. Before Jiang Zichao's voice had even faded, Jiang Li moved. Like a bolt of lightning, a monstrous killing intent flashed across the sky. The airflow immediately exploded. With Jiang Li as the center, a whirlwind soared into the sky. A large airflow hand struck out from the sky. The air shook with the sound of thunder. It was irresistible. You're courting death. Damn it. Jiang Zichao and Meng Xingyun roared. They each unleashed their strongest attacks. Meng Xingyun waved his hands. Boundless sword qi shot out from his body, forming a 1,000-layered sword net to cut Jiang Li into pieces. Jiang Zichao grabbed and slapped with both hands. Suddenly, the roar of a dragon and the roar of an elephant filled with boundless strength appeared. A transparent glass wall of qi pressed forward. Innate gang qi was used like a diamond barrier. Jiang Li stepped on the Big Dipper. After one strike, an even more berserk seal of water, fire, wind, and lightning surged out like a great tide. Bang, bang. Two loud sounds rang out. It was this strike that caused two figures to fall. Jiang Zichao and Meng Xingyun were shaken to the point of vomiting blood. They were simply not a match for Jiang Li. They were sent flying like dead dogs. They immediately fainted after one strike from Jiang Li. Stop, little bastard. This sudden change shocked everyone. They originally thought that Jiang Li and Meng Xingyun would have a fierce battle. They did not expect that two great experts would be sent flying in one move. Even Jiang Hailong and Gue Junzi did not expect this. The two of them could only attack together. With a thought, large hands appeared and grabbed their respective disciples. At the same time, the two of them flashed and arrived in front of Jiang Li. Little bastard, how dare you? Jiang Hailong's face was full of killing intent. This is a school. Fighting is forbidden here. You have violated the rules and human law. You will be sentenced. Tell me, how should you be punished? So what if I hit him? Jiang Li waved his hand. Just because he insulted my father, I still want to kill him. I can endure it if you insult me. But if I can endure it if you insult my father, then what kind of son would I be? Jiang Hailong, go back and wash this disciple's mouth. Don't look for a beating for no reason. You broke the law by attacking just now. Do you know that? Gui Junzi walked forward and infused some energy into Meng Xingyun. Meng Xingyun slowly woke up. His eyes immediately turned blood red. He shouted and was about to pounce again, but Gui Junzi patted him and restrained him. Xingyun, you are not his match. Don't humiliate yourself. Learn to be patient. What law did you say I broke? Zhongli said indifferently. Intentional injury. Gui Junzi said slowly. He always acted like this in front of everyone, polite and never angry. And endangering public safety. According to human law, you will be sentenced to about 20 to 50 years in prison. You will also have to pay a huge fine and compensation. At the same time, you will have to obtain the forgiveness of the victim. If the victim doesn't forgive you, your sentence will be even heavier. Wang Rilai walked forward. Fighting in Starry Sky University is normal. We are the elites of humanity. We cultivate the nature of wolves and expand our territory. Getting involved in human law for a small matter will only make people look down on you. The law is the law. Gui Junzi ignored him. You're talking about the unwritten rules of Starry Sky University. Since when can the unwritten rules prevail over the law? That's right. Jiang Hailong's face flashed with a sinister sneer. Zhongli, what do you think we should do? Do we send a law enforcement team to arrest you and then take you to the military court for trial? Or do you propose compensation first and get the forgiveness of the victim? Don't be afraid. Wang Rilai said, Brother Zhongli, our Wang family will fight this lawsuit for you to the end. What lawsuit? It's not a big deal. Zhongli waved his hand. It's not a big deal. Sure enough, ignorant people are so bold that they don't even abide by human law. Jiang Hailong was thinking about how to put Zhongli in prison. In this world, the strong are respected. Zhongli stood with his hands behind his back. Whoever is strong can manipulate the law and trample on the law. Don't talk nonsense. Gui Junzi, Jiang Hailong, you two come at me together. Let me see what your methods are like. How dare you mention the law in front of me? What did you say? Jiang Hailong almost didn't hear him clearly. Gui Junzi was also taken aback. I said, you two come at me together. Zhongli said word by word. I want to fight you two alone, understand? That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.